Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Firstly, I welcome all the participants on the last day of National Level Faculty Development Program. Today we have a guest, Dr. Neha Sinha from Neo Ed Learning Solutions. Now I request to Dr. Bhagyashree Boyer, Madam, to introduce our guest. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to everyone. I am Dr. Bhagyashree Boyer, Assistant Professor from Department of Management Studies. Main leaders to introduce our dynamic leaders and innovators in the education technology space is Neha Sinha ma'am. Ms. Sinha ma'am is the founder and managing director of the Education Solutions, a forward-thinking education technology company in Mumbai. In design, curriculum and digital learning on tech systems, Ms. Sinha ma'am has had a significant impact across higher education sector. Before founding New Education, Sinha had a senior leadership positions at Tata Education, where she served as a senior general manager. Sinha's journey reflects her unwavering commitment to making education a transformative experience for all. Leadership experience and passion continue to inspire educators and industrial professionals. Please join us in welcoming Sinha ma'am, visionary leaders dedicated to reshaping the future learning.
Good morning, everyone joined here in physically as well as virtually. Welcome to this session. This is an honor for me also, a privilege actually to share my entire journey with all of you, which started as a teacher. And now I'm an edupreneur, and that is a really smart title that I hold. And that is the journey that I'm going to share with you, all the learnings on the way. How I built a business purely based on my skills in the field of education. So welcome to all of you. I hope you are able to take away some important or essential or useful takeaways from today's session and implement in your everyday work. Or maybe some of you may get inspired to become an edupreneur like me. That would also be a great achievement for me if I'm able to do that or help you do that. So I'll just request if you can project my presentation and we can take it up from there. So my session today is about two things, about how I transitioned from a corporate employee to an educator. And I will also, in the second half of the session, I'll also share some content mastery and ways to self-develop yourself through some learning frameworks. There are certain frameworks which are already present, which you can utilize to not only create content. I think this is the last day of your content journey, learning about different kinds and formats of content. So I'll share some frameworks which you can utilize to not only create audio visual content. So I'm just putting it out there that don't think that this is only about MOOC development or multimedia development, but you can also use this in your teaching and everyday teaching, and you can see a marked improvement as well in the outcomes. Okay, so can we move ahead? Or is there a way I can change it? Okay. Okay, so I'm breaking down this session into these four broad topics. I think my journey is what you will be interested in, and it's really exciting. So I would like to share that adventure with you first. Also, some self-development as a catalyst for growth, because that is what helped me become what I am today. Nowadays, technology and networking, both of these things can be done together. Again, that is something which helped me build a foundation. I want to share it with all of you. And then definitely content mastery, which is the foundation of not only edupreneurship, but any kind of content. And because most of you are teachers, professors, you deal with content every day. So I'll share some learning frameworks with all of you. Okay, we can move ahead. Yes. Go to next. So you'll have to keep clicking next. This is my journey in brief. 20th year of working. I started as a teacher, a PGT biology teacher at a CBSE school in Jamshedpur, which has now become quite big. It's Chinmaya Vidyalaya. It was a great. Prior to this, I have an MSc microbiology degree, and when I landed in Jamshedpur, there were not many opportunities for me to use that degree. And then I realized that maybe I need to change my path from wanting to do research to something else which is available there. And then I did my B.Ed. And I still say to anybody who asks me to introduce myself is that 10 months of expensive and very, very grueling B.Ed course built the foundation of what all I do today. The learning frameworks that I'll share with you later are all derived from educational psychology. Educational psychology is the base of everything that we as teachers we do. Sometimes we forget when I'm teaching biology or microbiology, I'm not thinking much about that structure or framework of teaching, but it forms the base. And every time you apply it, you will see that the outcomes are better. Anyway, life keeps happening. And so I landed in Mumbai in 2009, quite a new place for me. And I could not figure out what to do then. But every time life throws something like that at you, resilience is something that gets you through and makes you better. So I found something which I could do online. Okay, it was a website development company who wanted to develop content for ICSE schools. And I want to share this with all of you is that I got a contract for 15,000 for 6 months. I would think that's too little, right? But that sort of, I take away a lot from that contract. I was a teacher before that. I became a person who can type at a very fast speed. I became a person who can research things on the internet. And remember, I'm talking 2009. I learned a lot through that. And I earned 15,000 as well. But I understood that was my first short stint with entrepreneurship. Later, I got a good job at Euro School. You remember, you all know Euro Kids. This was a time when Euro School was building their K-12 content development team. I got a job there and I did that design. It was a small office in a basement. Right now, they have a full building with 3 floors and a big curriculum team. Last year, they invited me to do a workshop there for their 40-45 people, a whole-day workshop on curriculum design. So life keeps bringing you back into loops of what you did. Same year, I got an opportunity to apply at Tata Interactive Systems. This place was a place with multiple international clients, and they used to design courses for learning, not only for K-12, but for higher education and for corporate learning. I'll tell you one incident related to this. Is that when I applied, the HR person said that you have to appear for a test. This is something that I want to share because all of you have like great many years of experience. But when you're pivoting, you will be tested. Don't shy away from it because many people who were with me, they said, why will I appear for a test? And Mohan sir is sitting with me. He has also appeared for a test to get there. We are people with a learning mindset. We are people you don't have fixed ideas. I don't think that if I have done 20 years of work, I don't think that you can't ask me to write a sample. You can, of course, you can ask me to write a sample because you don't know me, right? So that was the time, and many people did not go for that test. I went, I stared at the computer for half an hour. That test was on a computer. And I thought, I don't know anything about multimedia development. What should I write here? But then I thought, no, I'm a very good teacher. I am. That nobody can take away from me. So I said, I'll write my test from a teacher angle. And once I started writing, I just went on and on. And that same day, I landed that job. That same day, my paper got approved. They asked me to wait. HR gave me an offer. I took it. And that was 2010. I stayed there for 12 years. I built multiple K-12 products for them. More than 5,000 multimedia production I have managed. People of 60 plus team at one point of time and multiple vendors. And I rose to the rank of Senior General Manager Learning Design, Tata Classes, this is the official designation, but the role was to manage the entire content production. And in 2022, after all that COVID thing happened, we went online. I did multiple webinars for principals, teachers, for students as well, and for my internal team, sales, academic, content, all that. I felt that I have reached the end of my comfort zone. Since when you start building, you're very happy in the comfort zone. It's a very nice place to be. And I was, in fact, one of my LinkedIn posts is about comfort zones where I've said that I'm very happy in my comfort zone because I was growing and flourishing. But then I hit it. And I thought that I need to again break it. I have to do something. And that's how I founded this. You can move to the next slide. I've already talked about my body of work, but quickly about how this is relevant is I have developed both for reading and for textbooks. These textbooks are now in schools. Multimedia production I told you about. Tata Classes is actually a product which, like this screen is being projected so that the entire setup of curriculum, it's CBSE, ICSE, state board. we've built content for that, and that can be projected. So it's like a teacher's tool. Teachers can use it to do many different things. And that is where multimedia comes in. I also worked extensively on product development. So Tata Study, you can check it on Tata Classes page. It's an app which is based on learning science. So I will also talk about learning science later. And of course, in doing all this, you manage projects and people. And of course, because you're managing them, you have to train and develop these people. So this was my body of work till 2022. Move to the next, please. And then when I started thinking about the transition, like I told you, I hit the end of the comfort zone. That time I was working at CXO level, CXO -1 level. And there was full scope to grow to higher levels. But somewhere, like I told you, I'm a teacher at heart. So growing vertically meant a lot of business things, Excel sheets, money or numbers and all that. So I got a little wary about that. I said, I would want to expand myself through higher education, corporate learning. I've worked a lot across K-12. Can I do something more, something different, and choose what I want to work on? So this was why this is why I decided to transition. I could not get a job of what I wanted to do. All the job descriptions were what other people wanted me to do, which I've already done. So you can go to the next slide. So I decided and I just left. This is what you see on screen. This is what my graphic team had created as a gift to me when I left. This was my farewell gift from them. And they know me so well because I've been there for 12 years. So they were like,
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Your voice is not clear.
oh, okay. Okay. Can we do something about it? Or should I bring it closer? Is it better? Is
Yes,
it
ma'am.
better? Great. This was
But still there is a breaking, ma'am.
yeah? This chair? Let's see. Oh, okay. Just check if this is better. Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am. It's better.
This is better. Thank you so much. Still better, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Savita Mukta. Thank you. Okay, so I was saying this is the gift that I got that year when I left from my graphic team. And this was really the question in my mind also, what next now? So what next? That entailed was edupreneurship. We can move to the next. Yeah. Now this is what I want. I'll take some time to share this, how I built it, how I did it. And if you see Shark Tank, you will identify a few things from that. Okay? And I love watching Shark Tank because those people, I learn a lot from that because building a business is like that. Again, it's like learning anything new. So I said I'll start small. That much smartness I did have by that time because of the roles that I had served in Tata Classes. I had worked under a very smart boss who was actually, I had the honor to work under two bosses. One boss was for content. He used to lead the entire content thing. And now he's at TIS. He's a professor of practice at TIS. So he taught me a lot about how to view education for the benefit of the people who we are targeting. And the other boss I had, he taught me business. So a lot of business for our production team we used to handle. So from all that experience, what I understood that, if you hear these stories, a lot of people make losses in business. Business is always associated with losses. That is what we have grown up with, or we think about it. But it's not that. It's how you build your business. At least I can say that I have a profit-making business. I have not made a loss. because I decided I will not do that. You can click next. Thank you. What I had is I was very confident in my skill. That is the most important thing. I'm not arrogantly confident, but I see many people, even if they have skills, they are not confident about it. That is something, because see, as an entrepreneur, I am the person who everyone will see. If I go to a client to get a project, or even here when I'm talking to you, if I'm not confident, you're not going to listen to me. So you have to show confidence in your skill, not feel confidence. To build a business, my kind of business, how I transitioned, I just left one day. You need to have a financial security net. Many people don't like to talk about money, right? Including me. I used to be the person who used to say, no, education is everything, money is okay. But today's world or any time, money gives you a big security. And for me, in this case, it gives me freedom. It gives me freedom to do the things that I want to do and enjoy life, and provide for my family as well. So why are we not talking about money? We should talk about money. That was something that I decided that as a corporate employee, I had done a good amount of saving and everything. I decided if I build a business, I'll not make a loss. I will not put my savings into it. So to build this business, I took a freelance work of setting up a teachers training team at a place called Noggles. It's an edtech firm. If you know Vibgyor schools in Mumbai, they have this firm called Noggles. They come under this firm. And they were setting up their teacher training course, online course, similar to MOOCs. So once I had put up my LinkedIn post that, okay, I'm now available for any kind of consulting. They came and they said, why don't you do this? I did it for 3 months. I got a job offer also. I said, no, this was just to build my seed fund, you can call it. I think 4 or 5 lakhs I made, and that is how I founded this company. No money from my savings. So be smart if you are thinking, because many people burn a lot of their saving in doing this. Don't do that. And of course, good network. Any business cannot thrive if you do not have a good network. I'll talk about it a little more. Now, entrepreneurship, till now, if I've made it sound very glamorous, or if anybody else has done that for you, then it is not. In the initial 1 year, if you go from a stable job to entrepreneurship, there will be some nights that you will be rethinking your decision, because you're not getting your salary on 30th of the month, right? That ping is not coming on your phone, and you are chasing people to clear your invoice, right? So I've done that as well. One invoice is still not clear. So you have to become resilient about these things. And that is why financial security is definitely important. But then how do I survive through that 1 year? How I survived? What I did was, whatever came my way, I did not look at the cost at that point of time. I could not, right? So I did not let my pride come into my way. I accepted low-cost projects, but from good clients. I also trained few resources. I now have a team of 5 content resources. And these resources, incidentally, they are all women. And most of you know, offense to anybody, but women have to take a step back in life. And I've seen through my career, I've seen many very, very skilled and brilliant women stepping out of the workforce because of whatever reasons. During COVID, I had to let go of many these bright women because they were not able to balance their housework as well as work from home. So now I have these women with me, and I've trained them through all these projects, and they've become my trained, skilled resources. Also, during this time, I worked, cost was low, but I also built a very good, comfortable relationship with people I work. I believe that we are working with human beings. So bring your emotion to work. In fact, it was one of the trainings that I designed for my team, that it's okay to be emotional at work, because you are a human being. You can't just keep it outside and step into work. You can be. So building a business or working in a workplace, it's all about how we build relationships. And I have got now, because of that comfort that people had working with me, now I have repeat orders. That has taken me repeat orders, as well as my focus on quality of work that I deliver. People know me for my quality. Now, even on Shark Tank, repeat orders is an indicator that a business is growing and it is getting stable. So this year is my second year of my business. I have repeat orders. I have my own financial reserves have, by my own, I mean NEOEDs. Financial reserves have built up. I have a pool of skilled resources. So this is where I am. Next level of business, a shark might ask me, how are you going to scale? No, but for scaling, you need to create second layers, you need to bring in new ideas and increase the reach, definitely. But right now, I'm not getting there. This is just the second FY that I've finished. So I'm here. Someday I'll go to the next step. But right now I'm here. This is what I want to tell you. This is the story of 2 years.
Shark asked the question, what was your USP? So the content creation on which you were trying for this 2 years.
Only good quality content creation. That is the USP. And that is how I'm getting my repeat orders. I'll just show you. You can go to the next one. We can skip this. I just talked about this. These are my clients. Symbiosis is my repeat client from 2022, still going on. The Taj Group of Hotels, I met their learning head while I was working at Tata Classic. The project did not materialize there when I was working there. The day I left, I got a message from him that now that you're free, you can work for me. Their terms and all. The cost was quite low because I was an entrepreneur at that time. And an established company was asking 10 times. But that was my entry into this. I will do it for you. And look, I have them on my client list. I'm continuing projects for Chroma, Tata Stripe, Lighthouse Learning. I told you about Euroschool, my stint, 6-month stint. I did a 8-hour workshop last year for their curriculum team. Magic EdTech is a US-based company. I work for Pearson US through them. I'm working right now on Universal Technical Institute. This is very interesting. This is a technical institute that trains people to become car technicians. So I'm making courses on how to, if ever your car is not working, I can check your battery. I know that now. I can check your battery, which wire is working, which wire is not working. So that is the course that we are building from here. Imagine Learning is another big edtech firm in US for which I work with them through this company. And of course, Skills Consulting Group, New Zealand. In New Zealand, the government skill, like here we have Skill India. So their all skilling courses are built by this company. So I am making courses for them. Now I've just completed making a course on plumbing and gas fitting. I also know about pipes right now. So you learn so much in doing all this. And that is how I have grown. See that body of work that I showed you to this in 2 years. And sir rightly asked me, what is your USP? My USP is to provide content tailored to your needs, which is learner effective. That's it.
How competitively you're making the content?
That is also very, very good question. And I have that explanation. I'll come back to it later. And that is what I want to share also because of the learning frameworks. You can go to the next. This is something, I know you've heard me for the last 10, 20 minutes or 15 minutes. Do you think you have any edupreneurship ideas based on your experiences? Because till now you saw whatever I've built is based on the experiences that I have. If you think anything, Why don't you put it in the chat? Businesses that you can build. Maybe it's a very difficult question to ask right now. What do you think? Anything, just go wild.
Share that is not the idea, but I have actually did that.
Yeah, definitely.
During COVID time, in my daughter's school, Marathi was a subject which was introduced, and it was all of a sudden, it was a new subject for everybody in the classroom. And there was a COVID time, so we had time in our college and everything was online. And I'm very good in Marathi from Maharashtra.
Yes.
So I thought of why not to create a kind of course for all these students for improving writing skills.
Amazing.
So I made some content for writing skills. And as I was there in the group of my daughter's parents group, so I just flashed up the brochure and I got 15 students. And I'm quite good in that.
Well done. And you actually did that. You know, you had an idea. This is called design thinking. You have an idea. You made a prototype. You tested it. You also understood that there is a market there,
Yeah.
right? In that WhatsApp group. If you would have circulated here, nobody, they would have said, "Sir, ye kya kar rahe aap?" But there, and you made it.
Proper target.
Yes, you hit the target. Target audience is one of the most important things to recognize if you are thinking to get into business. Okay, I'll let you all think about ideas, but sir has a really good idea. You can copy the idea as well. Okay, we can move ahead. Oh, please move ahead. Now let's talk about a few things. I'm talking about transitioning, things that I did while transitioning. But you know what? If you leave aside market research and only market research, actually, you all can still do it because this is not only about transitioning. When I was thinking about transitioning, I took some time with myself and think about all these things because you can't just jump off a cliff, right? So I was thinking all that. But I figured, and this I do with my daughters as well, that time and again, because if you're in a workplace for, as long as I was like 12 years, so if you're in a workplace for 10, 20 years, you're just so adept at doing your everyday things that deep thinking, we say we don't get time, just like exercise. We don't have time to do this or walking. So we don't have time to do this self-reflection. So this is sort of a map of doing a self-reflection. We can go to the next slide. Let's take each. So definitely, I've already talked about financial safety. This is for people who want to transition not only to entrepreneurship, or if you want to explore something else as well, uh, leave the current job and move. You please ensure that you have financial safety and make a informed decision to do that. Can move to the next one. This is something interesting. I think you would have seen him, maybe some of you would have seen him, he's Simon Sinek, yeah, or you would have seen his book, What's Your Why? This is again a way of self-reflection. And this is definitely, he will just play the video and I want you to listen to it. It's just 1 minute video. But you will see that you can apply this to yourself. He's going to talk about a business, which is relevant to me. But the same thing applies to all of us as well. That we should know our why, our how, and our what. That is what Simon Sinek's golden circle is about. If you can click, the video will play. Yeah. So he gave an example of Apple. I mean, Apple is the most big business and how innovative business actually, and they've built. And each of us can be an Apple if we are able to answer these why, how, and what. This is just a model of structured thinking. We can move to the next slide and see. So why is your purpose? So when I was asking my why, I told you why I wanted to transition, because I had done K-12 enough and I wanted to widen my scope of experiences, and I had the agency to do that. Nobody else would have come and told you.
K-12.
Sorry, K-12 means kindergarten to class 12. So it's a terminology. No, my bad. I should have explained it. So that's about school education. So I'd done that a lot. I mean, if I can list NCRT chapters in my sleep, I have done it so much. Yeah. So I wanted to change that, my experience, as well as what I believe is that learning is a universal thing. There is a thing called universal design of learning, and that is based on how our human brain works. So if I have worked in school education, or sir, you asked that question, if I'm a physics professor, can I develop a biology course? Of course you can, if you want to. Yes, you can, because if you say that after I did my MSc physics, my all learning is stopped, I can't do anything else. I can only understand physics, but that's not true. Your brain is created in a way that if you want to learn, you can learn. And that's the most interesting part of us instructional designers, because we work on learning frameworks and with the belief that this piece of information I can learn. I can learn how to fix a car battery if I read it and if I develop it within a learning framework. So I believe that that's what I could do. You can click next. How? You've seen my how. I showed you my business scale up stages and models, and I talked about it. And what the result is, again, the whole client list that you saw, that's what I have been doing, and that's what I'm going to expand further. So if whenever, sometimes if you feel that there's time to self-introspect, you can just answer this why, how, what. This also helps you, you know how sometimes we start feeling that what is this job that I'm doing every day, right? On those days also, if you just sit and find your purpose by doing this, and it might not just be very higher purpose, your why could still be that I need to do this job to support my family. It could be as simple as that. So this Simon Sinek's golden circle can go at different levels, but understanding your why is important before you're transitioning. It's not that today you had a bad day at work, you had an argument with your boss, so tomorrow you want to start a business. It can't be that, right? It used to happen. We used to say sometimes, oh, this is so headachy, we should do our own work. So that's why this introspection is important. We can go to next. We leave that. Share your why is a very deep question. I will leave you to think about it one day. Now, this is something I love. Now, if some of you in this room or in this virtual room, you are feeling after all this, or you are thinking that if she can do it, why can't I do it? You're thinking, you can definitely do it. And now I can say that you can do it because I did it. 2 years ago, I was also thinking, is it doable? You guys, all of you who have been teaching, who have been managing, like Utkarsha ma'am here, you are organizing this lecture, you're organizing various things in your college and all that. And if anybody ever thinks that corporate is not something I can do, don't worry. Nobody knows anything in corporate. Okay, you know much more. And people who work in e-learning, and Mohan would have realized when he was working with me, they are all working on a framework. Whereas all of you are working on the framework as well as the content. So you are whole, you are complete in your knowledge. Now, what can you take away from your skills that you are using every day in your classroom while you are organizing this and all that? And I also thought that. And this slide is actually about me. When I was a teacher, I was a very good teacher. I have best teacher awards almost every year. Why? Because, and most of you would be, because you as a teacher, if you're a really sincere teacher, you already know that content has to be simplified, it has to be broken into chunks. You cannot cram everything in one lecture and say syllabus is done. This is not my responsibility. I have done it. You are not getting 10 out of 10 is not my problem. So content simplification and presentation, my line of work, that's what is needed. Centered approach. I think everybody in this room, in this training, has their learners at the center. We are here because they are here. That is why. Assessment forms a big part. This is something where a lot of educators lack. I want to say that because of the day in and day out the work that I have. Sometimes when we create tests, we're just creating tests because we want to create tests. Now there is no other way. The midterm has come. Let me just put 10 questions. We are not thinking about the entire cycle of how to design feedback around that test. Right? So sometimes if you have children, young children in school, you would say, they'll come and say, syllabus ke bahar question aaya tha. What is syllabus ke bahar question? Because it was not there in the book. That is all. But is life ever within a syllabus? Never. So are we giving them those skills to answer those questions, which CBSE is now, NEP has brought in. And now every teacher is also forced to upskill in their assessment design, aren't they? So, and then again, I talked about organizational structuring skill, because when you're forming a business, actually you're forming an organization. So you have to know what all comes with it. And in my line of work, communication really important, both written, verbal. Whenever I go to meet a new client, I always start with that I'm a teacher and I'm a learning expert. So that's my why, right? Because that's what they don't have. That is why they've called me to discuss. So these are my transferable skills. I'm sure these are yours and more than these as well, because of all the experiences that you have. We can move to the next. This is something I'm sure most of you would not have done. If you've been in a job for like 10 years, you will not create a resume, right? You will not. Why will you create? You don't want to change or anything. But I will suggest that you do this. This is STAR method, and this is very popular in IT hiring. In the resumes, they want you to even if you're not, I'm not instigating you to apply to other places by building the resume, but if you will build it, you will feel even more confident in what you have achieved. You have not taken a time to, step back and think about it. So this is a very simple method. Situation means a problem statement. I've just put an example here. You can read it at your own pace. And you will have your own example from your sources. Situation is a problem statement that you encounter. Task is the solution that you think of, right? And action is the actual action. Then what did you do? What did you do? If you thought of a solution, what did you do? And result should always be in numbers. Because why? Because numbers are facts. No one can alter numbers. When you do this, what you have done, you have given your own achievements. And if the college has self-appraisal or anything like that, you can present it in that as well. So everyone should do this, once a year. Even if when you are, sometimes our organizations force us to do self-appraisal. In that, if you apply this method, you are actually giving very fact-based statistics to the organization and to yourself as well. To the next one. This book, I mean, if you want to take a screenshot, please take. I want to recommend this book to every educator and every parent. Many of you are parents here in this. this book. Her name is Carol Dweck. She's a psychologist, and this is an amazing insight into human brain. It is not that she has put out theories about things. Whatever she has accumulated in this book, this is like years of research with children, with grown-ups, how their brain reacts to different learning situations. I have this book, and if you are thinking of reading one book this year and you are a parent, forget everything. If you are a parent, read this book. For us adults, like I was telling you, if you're MSc Physics, you will say, I will only do physics. This is a documented study. If you'll see, when students made mistakes, okay, and then they were separated into two groups. In one group, and she analyzed which of these students have a fixed mindset. Fixed mindset people, if you tell them, hey, you made this mistake, they'll fight with you. Have you felt sometimes ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा किसी colleague के साथ, किसी junior के साथ? हमारे साथ तो बहुत हो जाता है. If you will give review feedback to somebody, they will come back and fight with you. ऐसा होता है. But people who want to learn from mistakes, their brain activity was different. And this is a documented study. So she has coined these terms, fixed mindset and growth mindset. Every educator and a good parent should encourage their children to develop growth mindset as well as themselves develop this growth mindset. Go to the next. What is this? All my stories that I have just told you, if you will and take a minute as I speak about mine, you also think about yours. Fixed mindset, fixed ideas, it happens when you just stay in a place for long, in a place for long, and you don't want to grow. It's okay, I'm fine here. Then what do? You avoid any challenges. You don't want to do it. And if you have the way to escape it, you will. If you want to change your situation, then you view challenges as opportunities. The car technician course that I was talking about, when it came, it felt like a huge thing to me. But that client had built a very good relationship. So she said, no one is doing it. Can you help me with this? And she said, it's okay. I mean, whatever happens, we are with you. We'll talk to those professors and they will also support. And can you help? And she had hired a very senior instructional designer who charged a very hefty fees, but he left in between because it was too complicated. I said, it's okay, I have nothing to lose. I have a client friend. I'm getting this opportunity. I was really not that great in physics in school. I had a very fixed mindset then that I'm not good in physics. Do your children ever tell you, I am not good at maths, don't tell me how to score more than this? Huh? They say, na? Tell them, you are not good or bad at maths. This is difficult right now. You don't know it yet. We'll work on it. Right? Same thing, but you change the mindset. And I worked on it day by day, breaking it down into things, made mistakes. Oh, गलत जगह पे place हो गया है, ऐसा. So, but they gave feedback, long feedback. But it was constructive feedback. No one was saying, Neha, you're dumb. Everybody was saying the battery is not working properly. The feedback was on content, not on me. So I took it. I think learning from those failures and what we believed in, I believed in that the one thing that I said earlier, I believe in my skills, nothing else. I believe in the skills that I have. And no one can take that away from me. It's a fact that I have those skills and I can demonstrate it. So that is how you change your fixed mindset to a more growth mindset. This is not only true in business, it is true in life as well. Can we move to the next one? Anyone in the room can now, I mean, people in the chat might not share, but would you like to share where you experience a change from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset?
Please, multiple times everyone. Is accepted as a challenge sometimes. Depending on your own mindset. It's not that yes, I can do it. Sometimes somebody comes to you and you have to ask for it. You have to escape.
Yes.
You have to take it head on and solve it.
Solve it.
Over a period of time, then you get used to it. You are not very anxious when this comes to you. And then you take your own time to solve it.
Solve it.
Every time it is a quick answer. But then you learn to deal with it and solve it.
थैंक यू मोहन फॉर दैट बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि हमें इंटीग्रेशन क्यों पढ़ाते हैं स्कूल में व्हेन वी आर नॉट यूजिंग इट इंटीग्रेशन इज अ वे ऑफ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग or for that matter any maths problem, right? What Mohan said, that life will throw you challenges. Forget work, life will throw you challenges. And then if you don't have this mindset to deal with those challenges, then those are the people who step out of, you know, the normal life. And people who feel that आप हमेशा smile देखेंगे faces पे, those people have, उनके लिए life has not become easy. They have become adept at solving those problems or challenges. Same goes for an entrepreneur. We can move to the next one. So I'll not take much time on this, but you can, I will share this definitely with all of you. Same thing. So for an entrepreneur, you have to face challenges and work towards them. This is my favorite thing to do. If you go and check my LinkedIn profile, I have 40 plus certifications, more than that. And I think this is again one of my USPs, that I love learning. And also because I am into a field, right? I'm designing learning. So why, if I don't learn, then I am a, what should I say? I'm not getting the word right now, but then I'm not true to my profession if I am not a forever learner. And I think that's true for all of you as well, because you're teaching. So if you are yourself not learning, then how will you teach these new age learners? वो कहते हैं ना कि the jobs that your students are going to do are still not created. In next 2 years, maybe those jobs will come up. So you cannot even teach for those jobs. You can teach for skills. You can teach for resilience. You can teach for a growth mindset. That little course right now in the right-hand down corner, learning how to learn, is the most taken MOOC in the world. And since all of you have been trained on MOOCs, I think in this session, I will recommend that you take a screenshot and you do this course if you have not already done. This has been designed by a professor of engineering turned neuroscientist, Barbara McClintock. And this is an amazing course for every educator and again for every parent to take it, 1 month long course. Why am I asking you to do this? For this? Because you want to develop MOOCs as well, right? So this is also an example of how a good MOOC is created. So while you are learning, you will also learn how to design MOOCs along with videos as well as activities for your learners. I also want to share that once in 2021, I had this idea of testing myself, and I took the CENTA exam. You know about the CENTA exam? Every year it happens for school teachers. All India, it's an Olympiad for school teachers. And I just appeared. I had the subject rank 5. Without any preparation, I appeared. Why I'm saying this? That sometimes we forget our own abilities that you can do. And fixed mindset tells you, oh, don't take the test. What if you fail? What if you don't even qualify? क्या फर्क पड़ता है? I will take the test. I will see how I'm doing it. And I did it, and I was so happy that this is not only subject testing. There is one half of classroom management also. I've been out of classroom for so long, but still. So you will have to keep testing yourself. Nobody will come. आपके college से कोई नहीं बोलेगा कि आप ये exam दो, आप ये करो. self-development. A lot of things CBSE is telling you to do, or the UGC is telling you to do, is forced courses. And sometimes I hear people complain why we have to sit in that course. That is another thing. If you don't have intrinsic motivation to learn, it will also always feel a burden. There are these sites that I have just put there for your help, just for your awareness. LinkedIn Learning has amazing courses. Some of them are free. Coursera also has very, very good courses on technology. edX is another platform. This is slightly expensive. edX is the one where I did the Harvard courses. And of course, our very humble TISS, that also has online courses, but they are, see, this constructive teaching and learning with technology, although school courses, but teaching and learning is a universal thing. So new tools, technologies, ideas, they keep publishing new courses. You should definitely be there on these websites and keep checking the courses. From the comfort of your home, you can do all these courses. Right? Can you go to the next one? So this is what sir already gave me a very good example, so I'm not going to spend much time. If you are building a business, most important thing is you identify your target audience. If you want to create an edupreneurship business, remember who are you targeting? Is it college students, school students? And always think who's going to pay you for that. So your advertising for school students has to be towards parents. For school, college students should be towards them directly, right? So we can go to the next one. And if you are on LinkedIn, I suggest this to everybody. Anybody I meet, I ask them to. Some people say we are not on social media, we don't like social media. I'm not talking about Instagram or Facebook. This is the place to be today. You have to be. And this is like my, if you see, if their marketing is a funnel, it's a funnel shaped thing. So this is the top of the funnel, and projects and clients and connections, they trickle down to the lower part of the funnel. But this is the funnel that I have built. Many people are connected to me on LinkedIn, and I keep writing about my journey. This is what I recommend to you all to build on LinkedIn. We'll talk a little bit about this in the next part. We can move on to the next one. So this is one activity. Take a minute today, connect with me on LinkedIn. What happens when you connect with people? You can move to the next one. On LinkedIn is you start getting, it's like building a community. So you like-minded people, those kind of feeds you start getting. Same as Instagram. If you search Ambani wedding, you will start getting all Ambani wedding reels. So here, if you search people from, let's say, physics department across the world, you get connections. You can just click next one. So I was talking about professional networking. In the jobs opportunity, I'm not talking about, full-time jobs. You might not be interested. But a lot of universities here in India, as well as abroad, are building these MOOCs and online courses. And I get a lot of small projects from there through this jobs portal. So, or as simple as just understanding what is happening right now in the market. Okay, what kind of skills are in demand? That is the place to check. Okay. Of course, you will keep getting industry insights. You can join newsletters which you are interested in, like I'm in the instructional design groups and all. Personal branding, like I told you, for an edupreneur, for an entrepreneur, you are the product. I'm the product. So I'm the face of it. So I have to create my own personal brand. But I think in today's day and age, who was that? Rachna Ranade. She has created her personal brand, right? So now if she will create courses, everybody will go there. So that personal branding you need to create. And I was talking about LinkedIn Learning earlier. So for all those courses are there. LinkedIn is a little pricey if you take the paid course, paid one, but don't take the premium one. Just be there, be networking. because people share a lot of interesting insights on these related to your field. That is why I recommend. And on LinkedIn Learning, there are certain free courses as well. So you can check that out as. We move to the next. In fact, at Tata Classes, we had said that instead of, corporates में एक चीज होता है 16 hours of learning every year. So जैसे we complete our syllabus, sometimes just complete it, take these copies and complete it. So they give some training, software development or kuch training, soft skill development and things. So my team used to complain that why are we doing this training? This is not relevant to our work. That is also again a human reaction. If it is not relevant to you, you will not like it. You will feel as a burden. So we partnered then with LinkedIn and all the courses, and they said you curate the courses that you want for a certain price. So we curated courses on leadership development, on instructional design, these two largely. Big and their courses are very simple, 1 hour each. So that targeted courses when we started giving people, they wanted more. So my team crossed 60 hours of learning in a year because they wanted to learn. And I crossed 100 hours of learning that year. So our HR was like, what are you trying to do? I said, we are interested. We love to learn. But you were giving me really boring courses. So we took things in our hand. So that's how. See, and LinkedIn, sometimes when you are connecting, this I really want to share is you need to send very precise, polite requests to people and you can connect with anybody. Sometimes people send me hi and they leave it. After that, I don't know what they want to do. So these kind of requests, LinkedIn has a built-in AI editor. Use it to craft it. It's not that every time you need to type out and think. It's there available. You can do it. I mean, I'm in a very talented room right now, full of lot of experiences. You can run free workshops on the topics you excel in, जो अभी हम कर रहे हैं, to get visibility for you and for your college as well. I did it once and I did it only for sharing what is instructional design. Some 30 odd people came on that Zoom call, and after that, I got hundreds of connections just doing that. And just one Saturday, I did it, and it happened. So again, this is something that you can increase your reach. You never know who will you will connect to and what will happen next. So that's a very exciting place to be in. We can move to the next. Now you remember why I asked you to think about your golden circle and your achievements. Is if you don't have a profile or if you already have a profile on LinkedIn, make it professional. Make it, based on those facts that you listed in your star. Create a banner which personalizes to what, sir asked me my USP, see I'll put my USP over there. Put your USP. If you are a brilliant physicist, why don't you put it there? I'll make physics easy for you or something like that. Put your detailed experiences. Don't shy away from this. That's what I said. Have confidence in your skill. Nobody else will. This I tell my daughters also. There's a very nice saying from a psychologist who says, no one is coming. No one is coming to tell you to go take a walk in the morning, build your LinkedIn profile, although I am telling you. But no one is going to come and tell you, hey, come on, do better in life. You will have to do it for yourself. So don't shy away from doing this for yourself, for your own professional growth. You can move to the next one. And once you've built it, it's as simple as writing 2 things in a day, 2 lines in a day, as simple as that. And even if you don't feel like writing something on that day, just engage with people's post that you like. So respond to if somebody has shared something and you like it, just respond to it. gather recommendations. This is what I did. I have gathered a few recommendations from people I've worked with. That also works well. Last night, Utkarsha ma'am asked me about my profile. I just shared her my LinkedIn link because it's so easy. Now everything is over there. You can check my entire experience over here. So you can build it for yourself. This is a personal self-development activity that you will do. You can move to the next one. I'm just sharing, you would know about it, but I don't know if you're using it or not. ChatGPT is at $20 a month, which is around 1,600 or 1,700 rupees. Gemini is Google's Gemini. By the way, I've worked on a project on Gemini as well, where we were training. I was part of the training team. So we were writing a lot of content in both Hindi and English sciences to train Gemini. Canva is a free plan if you can really create very nice presentations and you can build MOOCs on this, remember, yeah? You can create this presentation that I have created. I can play this in Canva and record my own voiceover there and my little image will come niche. So you can create it. Grammarly, little expensive, definitely, but if you can take a team plan or something, that's great. Because see, AI has come in and AI is there in education. You cannot shy away from it. So why not you ride the AI wave? Why get under the wave? Don't worry. You use it. You save your time. Newton's law is not going to change. If you write it, I write it, AI writes it, it's going to stay the same. Then use it to create interesting assessments, feedback, your MOOC script. You don't need to sit and write. You just tell it these pointers and elaborate it. You can edit it the way you want to. You can use Grammarly to remove error-free content. Because of the work that I do, I need to research a lot of research papers. Sometimes the work is like that. I see such badly written research papers in science. Grammatical errors first in the abstract page itself. Feels so bad, no? We are teaching children about science, but that does not mean that language has to be so bad that we are not able to understand it. But it's okay. We can't expect science people to be expert at English language. Now you have AI tools. You can use it to edit it. So when you are creating your MOOCs, when you are creating your assessments, activities, use these tools to design good quality, visually interesting and error-free content. So I've just shared it with you. I think most of you are aware about them, but sometimes it's good somebody reminds you of it. So that's what I just did. You move ahead. Have you used any of these AI tools? Canva? You're using? Great. All of them. Well done. Very good. And then you should also explore many things on Canva, which I also didn't know, which can make your work easier and your presentations more smarter. Like you can create videos, etc. Also animations on using. Let's move ahead. Now coming to my favorite part of I've just named it as content mastery. It's the foundation of entrepreneurship, but actually it's the foundation of learning. We move to the next one. Now I want you to see these statements here. Which of these statements are true? There could be more than one. What do you think? You can answer in chat also. Let's wait. Now this has, come on. Somebody said D. Come on, people in chat. D is right. Okay. Come on. With the increase in pay, that might go down. Okay, I don't know what. Acha, this will go down. Okay, 10% will go down. Acha, sweet. Yeah, very smart, Aarti. Come on, come on. There are 40 people. At least 40 answers. I'm not marking you on your answers.
So by using AI, are we like losing our capability to use 10%, whatever we are rightly using?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Come on, others. And now don't copy answers. Now you're copying. There could be more than one, yeah. ये तो सही है. Small calculations are using calculator on mobile. So even though I studied in an English medium school throughout, my grandfather made me memorize all the, I still call it pahada, in Hindi. Because he has to say that your processing will be slow if you say it in English. And now we are saying we're using mobile. Bite-sized learning. Yeah. Okay.
Here in the UK also, ma'am, we are teaching our daughters to do that pahada, what you say. Actually, they call it like timetables here. But they are also using like loudly they are speaking. But here it is not like 1 to 10, they go to 1 to 12.
Yes, yes. We did 20 till 20 years old.
No, not like that. It say like when we started 1, then we ended up at 10. So when we started at 11, yeah. So 11 by 10 is equal to 110, 110. We ended up to there, but they go beyond that and they go up to 11 into 11, 11 into 12, up to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, definitely. Okay, great. I think all of you have shared it. Let me tell you, all of these are incorrect statements. They are not, they have been busted. These myths have been busted by neuroscience. There is an organization in the world called Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. You would have heard about it. If you've not heard about it, it's okay. मैंने भी नहीं सुना था बहुत कुछ साल पहले. लेकिन आप उनकी वेबसाइट को प्लीज चेक करिएगा. They actually, what they did they said that they work a lot in education, okay, in third world countries. They said so much research has been done in the field of neuroscience. And so much is happening in the field of education, like syllabus update हो रहा है, कुछ change हो रहा है, ये हो रहा है. Isn't education completely based on how our brain works? Right? Lekin neuroscience and educational research were separated. There was a wall. So what OECD did, they said, bring all the neuroscience research, take it into classrooms and see if it is working. Some people are right-brained while others are left-brained. जब आप एक ब्रेन को कोई बायोलॉजी प्रोफेसर अगर यहाँ पर हैं तो आपको बताएंगे, if you will see your brain, हमारा 2 halves दिखता है ऊपर से, so that is why people say right brain, left brain. हमारे ब्रेन के अंदर एक मोटा सा नर्व है, thick nerve that connects, that's called corpus callosum, that connects your brain. So of course some activities happen on the right side and some happen on the left, but you use your whole brain when you are in a learning activity. अब ये कैसे पता चला? Because of those neuroscience scans. Okay, ये ऐसे नहीं कि किसी ने हवा में मैंने बोल दिया तो फिर ये myth bust हो गया, नहीं. Those scans are available. Actually मेरे पूरा presentation बहुत लंबा हो जाता तो मैंने वो हटा दिया. But those scans are available. So you use your whole brain different areas of the brain when you are performing an activity. Of course, some parts are highlighted more and some less, but nobody is right-brained and nobody is left-brained. Okay. Every student has a preferred learning style. ये तो मेरे बीएड कोर्स में था. अगर आप में से किसी ने बीएड किया है तो उनके भी कोर्स में रहा होगा. वो जो स्टाइल्स थे ना, वर्बल, ऑडिटरी, काइनेस्थेटिक. अभी जब आप मेरी बात सुन रहे हैं और ये प्रेजेंटेशन है, क्या आप में से कुछ लोग सिर्फ आंख बंद करके मेरी बात सुन रहे हैं या कुछ लोग सिर्फ प्रेजेंटेशन को देख रहे हैं? और मैं तो चल भी नहीं रही यहाँ पे, मैं कुछ कर भी नहीं रही, तो काइनेस्थेटिक कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. बट aren't you all learning something right now? Again, ये प्रेफर्ड लर्निंग स्टाइल्स की बात नहीं होती है. ये बात होती है कि आप उसी चीज को कैसे डिफरेंट वेज में पढ़ाते हैं फॉर बेटर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. इसलिए साइंस में हम एक थ्योरी क्लास लेते हैं और फिर उसी थ्योरी को हम एक प्रैक्टिकल क्लास में करके दिखाते हैं. और कुछ जो मेरे जैसे टीचर्स होते हैं तो एडवेंटिशियस और रूट्स में डिफरेंस बताने के लिए मैं फील्ड में लेके जाती थी कि उखाड़ो ये घास को, ये सबको एक एरिया क्लीन करो और उखाड़ो और देखो कि क्या है ये रूट्स, राइट. तो काइनेस्थेटिक लर्निंग हो गया. ये लर्निंग के डिफरेंट मोडालिटीज इनको कहते हैं, ये स्टाइल्स नहीं है. शॉर्टकट्स टू बेटर लर्निंग है ही नहीं. जो हम कहते हैं ना कि 30-day क्रैश कोर्स जेई का हो सकता है क्या? आप 3 साल किसी को ग्रेजुएशन कराते हो और उसको कोई आप स्कैम करे कि 30 days में हो सकता है? नहीं हो सकता है. लर्निंग इज अ स्ट्रगल इन द ब्रेन. और अगर आप किसी चीज को सीखने के लिए इफ योर न्यूरॉन्स आर नॉट वर्किंग देन यू आर नॉट लर्निंग. मैम ने अभी अच्छा ये बोला कि हम बाइट साइज लर्निंग करते हैं आज के दिन में, बट बाइट साइज लर्निंग करने के लिए भी आपको उसमें इमर्स होना पड़ेगा. इफ यू सी अ रेसिपी एज सिंपल एज दैट, ठीक है, इंस्टा पे तो देख के मुझे खाना बनाने का बहुत शौक नहीं है, बट व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड सीइंग दोस बाइट साइज वीडियो आई हैव बिकम अ रियली गुड कुक. बट क्या है, when I'm looking at that 30-second Insta reel, I don't remember all the ingredients. तो क्या करते हैं, हम फोन लेके जाते हैं, राइट. उसके असिस्टेंट से हम बनाते हैं, फिर कहते हैं बड़ा अच्छा पनीर मखनी मैंने बना दिया. नेक्स्ट टाइम जब बनाना होता है, आई डोंट यूज दैट रील, आई यूज माई एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ कुकिंग एंड मेकिंग. सो हैड आई नॉट मेड इट, आई वुडंट हैव लर्नड इट. So that is why they're not shortcuts to better learning. You have to struggle with learning. And if you आपने देखा होगा कि आपने जो भी concepts को थोड़ा struggle करके सीखा है ना, वो आज भी आप बहुत अच्छा पढ़ाते होंगे. And it is learning is experience. And for the same logic, you always use 100% of your brain. You have to. Your brain is designed like that. Okay. So all these are myths. And you can just search it online, that myths related to neuroscience, and you will find all this and more than these. And it will be an interesting Sunday read. You can do that. Okay?
That may be true that some people are potential, they don't lose their 100%.
That is why I asked you to read that book, Dweck's book about growth mindset, right? We can move ahead. Another book recommendation for you and a PDF that you can download from the internet. The things that I talked about, powerful teaching. This is again research-based. 12 years of research has gone into making this book, bringing neuroscience. See, she's a cognitive scientist, Agrawal, and Baines is a K-12, so school teacher. Okay, and this is what I was talking about. And the science of learning is a PDF of the things that I just talked about from Deans for Impact. This is an international organization, again from OECD, connected to OECD, to improve teaching and learning. And a lot of these things you can adapt to what you are doing in your classroom as well as in the MOOCs that you would design, in the courses that you would design. You can screenshot it. This book is a good investment again, and that PDF is a free download. If you want to keep it in your library, also it's a good addition, both these books. The book actually talks about these 4 things. अब आप देखिए, maybe you would have used this in your teaching practice. And the MOOC that I recommended, learning about learning, learn how to learn, sorry, learn how to learn. By the way, if you've read FDP that came out in 2020, I'm sure you will all have. The catchphrase is learn how to learn, right? For higher education ho, teacher education ho, या school education ho. And that is also derived from here only. जब आप वो book पढ़ेंगे और वो MOOC देखेंगे ना, तब आप समझ जाएंगे कि वो कहाँ से NEP में आ रहा है हमारे. Because NEP is actually a derivation of SDG goals. I'm sure you would know SDG goals. और SDG goals में जो skills और education की बात की गई है और innovation की बात की गई है for 2030, वो backwards होके कहाँ जाएगा? Education होगा तभी तो innovation होगा ना, तो इसीलिए है. ये 4 power tools है. And this is all based again on how our brain works. Retrieval practice. आप एक 40 minutes का class लेते हैं. Most teachers हम क्या करते हैं? 40 minutes का class लिया, घंटी बजा, we are out. You have to keep 5 minutes to ask questions on the 35 minutes that you taught. That's called retrieval practice. क्यों? हमारा working memory यहाँ होता है. It actually sits here at the frontal cortex, here only. हम सबको बचपन में हम कहते हैं ना, सर के ऊपर से जा रहा है, क्लास सर के ऊपर से गया. That's such a beautiful thing. When I understood it, then I realized this is literally सर के ऊपर से गया because it did not register in my working memory. तो बच्चों के यहाँ पे रहता है वो. अगर आप उनसे क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछेंगे ना, तो it will just move out. That is called retrieval practice, pulling information from students' brains. You make them think about what you just taught them. It could be very simple. अगर आपने उनको कुछ plants के बारे में बताया तो just ask them list 5 plants that I just taught you about. Spacing. अभी हम पहाड़ों की बात कर रहे थे. If you all remember, we were not taught times table as a chapter. याद है मैथ्स में हमने पहले 2, 10, 5 के टेबल्स पढ़े होंगे क्लास 1 में. फिर हम जब 2 में गए तो हमने 4 और 6 के पढ़े. फिर हम जब 3 में गए देन भी सारे एक बार वापस पढ़े 1 to 10. ऐसे किया. आपके बच्चे अगर छोटे हैं तो you would know this, right? This would happen. That is based on in neuroscience. Things that you need to remember for long. आपको उसको स्पेसिंग करना होगा. ऐसा नहीं कि आज chapter 1 पढ़ा, अब सीधा फाइनल एग्जाम में, right? That's what makes children anxious. Children क्या मतलब, हम भी anxious हो जाते हैं अगर कोई बहुत पुरानी चीज को पढ़ना पड़े. वापस क्या करते हैं हम? वापस पढ़ते हैं. So if you think a particular concept is important, आपके टाइम टेबल में या जो आप टीचिंग प्लान बनाते हैं, it should keep appearing. Okay, don't just teach it and leave it. एक बार चला गया.
Current education, we did not have that.
हाँ.
Tables were taught in the first standard.
खत्म. हाँ.
Nowadays, it's not. Certain tables are repeatedly taught till fifth standard.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they're gone.
Yeah.
It is not in terms of the tables also even. Actually, like you
Concepts.
said, it is about the concepts also. You know,
Yes.
they are writing books in such a way that it is that I was teaching one CBSE student who is just, it is like just he asked me if you can clear few of the concepts. I was teaching him, it was like, there was a story which was about to show how we separate the things. So the story was started like there were 2 girls who went to their mama's place, and there they observed that few of the farmers are taking out some crop from the soil and they are just beating it. So that is the technique called as threshing.
Threshing, yes.
And likewise, they built the entire story till the end of that vacation.
and all the separation techniques.
Separation techniques were taught.
Yes, yes.
So it was not there at our time. Why did we not in that way? We would have been far better than what we are.
That is the result of all these things, like I told you. Now all the research is coming into education, which is a very good thing. But as educators, we also have this opportunity to build into a higher education as well. The other tool is interleaving. हम कैसे पढ़ाते हैं कि somebody, if we teach pressure in physics, so the child thinks pressure is a physics concept, right? But that same pressure we teach in geography differently to talk about how winds work or storm happens. But वो interleaving हम नहीं करते many times. Okay, a physics teacher will only teach physics and they will go, don't ask me that question. But this was interesting because, and just out of the way I used to teach or whatever, one day the chemistry teacher in my school, I used to teach 11th and 12th students. He said that, Madam, every year I teach biomolecules, and these PCM students used to be friends with PCB students. Now the PCB students are saying that, ma'am has already taught biomolecules, you don't need to teach. How have you taught it? I said, it's part of my subject matter as well, so I've taught it. So he was encouraging only. He said, but they are because in chemistry slightly different because formula and all. So they said, the students are saying that why don't you ask ma'am only to teach that part also in her class and we'll finish. So both of us made an arrangement that I'll take the biomolecules chapter for the entire 12th science section. And the class used to be crammed. And when I used to give them examples from biology, like how DNA, in chemistry, we'll only talk about DNA as a molecule. But DNA is such a beautiful thing. It's in all of us.
That we learn in biology.
Biology. That we learn in biology, the implications of DNA, right? And I really enjoyed teaching that class because those children used to be so bombed by the understanding and the story about the discovery of DNA and things like that. So that is what interleaving is. It creates interest. And when you grow up, like you guys still, you have that privilege of teaching your subject specialization. But if you go into corporates or other places of work where your children, your students will go, they will have to interleave things every day. They can't say ki, nee, I will only do this much, I know this much. No, you will have to do that.
It's like blended learning and blended teaching.
Yes. So integration of concepts and teach them also to not only practice one thing only at a time, but integrate their subjects and think about interconnections. And feedback-driven metacognition, this is again the growth mindset study that I just shared, is that test हुआ, feedback दे दिया, 9 out of 10 आया तो बहुत खुश है, अगर 5 out of 10 आया तो दुखी है, लेकिन क्यों नहीं आया? Why didn't you make them think about that what they know and what they don't know? Because again, if you bridge that gap, next time they'll get 10 on 10, definitely. If we leave it unattended, they will not. So you need to teach them to think about thinking. So this is also an implication on MOOCs. When you're building MOOCs, don't only build those MCQs or bas rate karke nikal gaye. Build in activities, make them do some experiment, add a research paper, छोटा सा भी एक research और submit करने बोलिए और उसके ऊपर marking करिए उनको. Instead of just asking MCQs and letting them go, make them think about this also. Yeah, we can go to the next one. Now I'll share 3 frameworks with you. These frameworks will help you. If you can just go to the previous slide. Thank you. These are 3 frameworks which you can use in your content design. Okay. ADDIE is a very common thing that us instructional designers use it, but you can also use it. I'll just show you because आप अगर अपना MOOC बना रहे हैं तो MOOC क्या होता है? एक full course होता है that you are creating. So this is a framework for creating a full course. Gagne's 9 events of instruction is a framework for creating one module within a course. Okay, एक मॉड्यूल का स्ट्रक्चरिंग आप इस फ्रेमवर्क को यूज करके कर सकते हैं. एंड सिंस आप लोग सब मल्टीमीडिया एक्सपर्ट्स होने वाले हैं, तो आई एम गोइंग टू शेयर दिस मेयर्स multimedia principles, which is based on cognitive science. Again, neuroscience based principles. I don't want to take a lot of your time because Myers multimedia principles already is with 12 principles. So I'm going to share one screen with you. You can take that and take your time to go through it. That will be really beneficial for you when you are building your videos. Let's see the ADDIE framework. Very interesting. This framework was actually developed by US military. Okay. US military को क्या चाहिए था? उनको अपने आर्मी को ट्रेन करना था. तो उनकी ट्रेनिंग का क्या रिक्वायरमेंट होता है? प्रोसीजर्स जिसको कि हम मास ट्रेनिंग कर सकें. ओके, हम 100 लोगों को एक बार में ट्रेन कर दें ऑन स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर्स. तो उनको स्टैंडर्ड प्रोसीजर्स के वो कोर्सेज बनाने होते थे. तो वो कैसे बनाएंगे? सो दैट इज व्हाई दिस इज कॉल्ड इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन. आज के दिन में लोग कहते हैं इंस्ट्रक्शनल डिजाइन थोड़ा सा पुराना टर्मिनोलॉजी है, तो हम यूज करते हैं लर्निंग डिजाइन, वेयर वी डिजाइन फॉर लर्निंग. उनके लिए ये इंस्ट्रक्शन के लिए था. तो इसमें ये 5 स्टेजेस हैं: एनालिसिस, डिजाइन, डेवलपमेंट, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एंड इवैल्यूएशन. आप सब टीचिंग बैकग्राउंड से अगर आप सोचेंगे तो आप खुद ही समझ जाएंगे कि ये स्टेजेस क्या है. ये आप भी करते हैं. यू डू इट. डिफरेंट फॉर्मेट में करते होंगे मगर आप तो ये करते ही हैं. दिस कंप्लीट्स योर वन साइकिल. लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट वन. सो एनालिसिस इज व्हाई आर वी डूइंग ट्रेनिंग एट ऑल. फॉर मी, जब मैं किसी क्लाइंट से मिलती हूँ या बात करती हूँ, तो अगर वो कहते हैं कि हमें एक ट्रेनिंग डिजाइन करनी है, ठीक है, तो हम पहला सवाल उनसे ये पूछते हैं. यू कैन क्लिक अगेन, दैट टेक्स्ट विल लोड. या तो हम पहला सवाल उनसे ये करते हैं कि किसके लिए ट्रेनिंग डिजाइन करनी है. उसको कहते हैं नीड्स एनालिसिस. व्हाट इज द ट्रेनिंग नीड? तो अगर आप भी मूक बना रहे हैं तो पहले ये सोचिएगा कि क्यों बना रहे हैं. इज इट रियली रिक्वायर्ड? नीड्स एनालिसिस, किसके लिए बना रहे हैं, वो लर्नर की प्रोफाइल क्या है. If I have to deliver this same training to your students, I will not deliver it in the same style. That style will, and the content will also differ. Also, अंधेरे में तो तीर मार के कुछ होगा नहीं. You have to identify learning goals and establish learning outcomes. NEP भी यही बात बोलता है, US military भी यही बात बोलता है, और कोई भी learning हो यही बात बोलता है कि किसके लिए डिजाइन कर रहे हैं, क्यों कर रहे हैं, and what are the learning outcomes that you want to get from this training. You can go to the next one. जब वो decide हो गया, your analysis is done and your learning outcomes are written, then you create a curriculum framework. If you remember, NEP 2020 आया था कोविड के टाइम पे, एक 60 पेज डॉक्यूमेंट था. वो एक हाई लेवल नीड्स एनालिसिस था. पूरे देश के एजुकेशन पे डिफरेंट लेवल्स पे वो एक नीड्स एनालिसिस डॉक्यूमेंट था. उसके बाद करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क्स आए हैं, NCFs आए हैं. तो जब वो नीड्स एनालिसिस हो गया, देन वी डिसाइडेड हाउ आर वी गोइंग टू अचीव आवर गोल्स. देन यू क्रिएट अ लर्निंग ब्लूप्रिंट. दिस इज इम्पॉर्टेंट. मतलब मैं कई बार ऐसे होता है ना, पीपल टेल मी ये हमारा ट्रेनिंग PPT है, इसका वीडियो बना दीजिए. तो नहीं बना सकते आप. मैं बनाना भी चाहूँ तो नहीं बना पाऊंगी. एक तो ये सब चीज मेरे दिमाग में है, दूसरा दैट क्रिएट्स अ ब्लॉक, और दूसरा कि आप जब बनाने बैठ भी जाओगे ना, तो यू विल थिंक लैंग्वेज कौन से लेवल का यूज करें. इज दिस ट्रेनिंग फॉर द वेयर हाउस वर्कर्स और द ऑफिस एम्प्लॉइज? मैं ऐसा सोचने लगती हूँ. फिर अगर कोई सेफ्टी ट्रेनिंग है, तो अभी क्रोमा का कर रहे थे, तो हमने एक एग्जिट साइन, फायर एग्जिट साइन, बट अगर हम नेट पे देखेंगे तो बहुत अलग अलग तरह के दिखते हैं. फिर हमने उनको पूछा आपके स्टोर में किस तरह का एग्जिट साइन है, क्योंकि मैं बाहर से कुछ दूंगी और कुछ इमरजेंसी आया तो आपका एम्प्लॉय वो वाला साइन खोजेगा, बट आपके स्टोर में दूसरा साइन है, राइट. तो ये सब कब आता है? नीड्स एनालिसिस. फेज में आता है. दैट इज व्हाई दैट इज इम्पॉर्टेंट. ये तो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग फेज है जहां पर आप बैठ के करिकुलम के फ्रेमवर्क बनाते हैं, कौन से टॉपिक्स हम लेंगे, कौन से हम लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंसेस से मेरा मतलब है कि अगर आप टीच कर रहे हो तो उसमें एक्टिविटी क्या होगी, अगर ऑनलाइन है तो क्या एक्टिविटी होगी, डिफरेंट हो जाएगी ना. यू कांट डू दैट. एंड ये असेसमेंट्स आप कैसे बनाएंगे, एंड ऑल टुवर्ड्स यू विल हैव टू कीप थिंकिंग how to achieve our learning goals. Okay, you can go to the next one. This is where I come in, my company comes in, and you will come in when you will develop your MOOCs. Yeah. So your design is done. You know कैसे करना है. Bite size learning करना है, 10-minute videos बनाना है, कि 5 minutes video बनाना है, और उस हिसाब से आपने content सब structure कर लिया. अब टाइम आता है कि आप कैसे बनाएंगे. असेसमेंट भी इसी टाइम पे, जैसे जैसे आप कंटेंट बनाएंगे वैसे वैसे असेसमेंट साइड बाय साइड बनाना चाहिए. नहीं तो क्या होता है कि कई बार क्वेश्चन कुछ पूछ लेते हैं, वो वीडियो में कवर ही नहीं हुआ है, ऐसा भी होता है. अगर 2 अलग टीम बनाएंगे ना तो ये गैप आता है. इसलिए जो लोग वीडियो या इंस्ट्रक्शनल मटेरियल डेवलप कर रहे हैं उन्हीं लोग को असेसमेंट्स भी बनाने चाहिए, वो कोएजन में चलना चाहिए. वी कैन, ये हो गया, ये तो हम कर लेते हैं, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर लिया. आजकल आपको प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जो आपको असेसमेंट में कितने स्टूडेंट्स ने अच्छा किया नहीं किया वो सब एनालिसिस आपको दे सकते हैं. और ये आपके सक्सेसफुल कोर्स होने का कि नहीं हुआ कि हुआ, हम ये इससे पता कर सकते हैं. बट जो लास्ट स्टेप है इवैल्यूएशन, वी कैन गो टू द नेक्स्ट वन. वहां पर कई बार क्या होता है कि हम फॉर्मेटिव एंड समेटिव असेसमेंट ये सब तो हमने कर लिया, लेकिन हम फीडबैक करना भूल जाते हैं, छोड़ देते हैं बिकॉज डिफिकल्ट है. आप बोलेंगे हमने मूक बना लिया, लेकिन यार 40% स्टूडेंट्स ही पास कर रहे हैं, तो हम जाके स्टूडेंट्स लोग को डांटने लगेंगे, राइट. बट हैव यू थॉट कि व्हाई ओनली 40% स्टूडेंट्स आर पासिंग? Do we need to develop some change something into our courses? Is it become too difficult? या सिंपल कि क्योंकि एमसीक्यू बेस्ड अगर आप करेंगे और आपने कवर नहीं किया है तो वो आंसर उसको आपने दिया ही नहीं है, तो हाउ विल दे डू? सो इवैल्यूएशन इज योर पार्ट. Taking assessment is the student's part, evaluation is your part. So then at this point, that whole loop closes of one course, one entire MOOC. तो ये करना जरूरी है कि जब भी आपका कोर्स लॉन्च हो गया, उससे अपने डेटा निकाल लिया, मेट्रिक्स निकाल लिया, then you evaluate as well and you improve your courses. Okay, this is what NCERT and CBSE are also doing. एक बात ये भी है, दिस इज बिकम लाइक 100 and more than 100 years old model. So ऐसा नहीं है कि ये ऐसे ही सर्कल में चलना है. You can do any phase at any time depending on आप कैसे करते हैं, but you must do these phases because it's a proven framework. So why invent the wheel? You have this, you can use this. You can go to the next one. I mean, you can think about it. Whenever you are thinking about creating a MOOC, then which of these phases you will do, in what order, and what will you do? This can be your team brainstorming activity. जैसे फिजिक्स वालों को बना रहा है, सब फिजिक्स वाले लोग बैठ के आप डिसाइड करो कि कैसे 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 क्या करेंगे, कौन क्या करेगा at this stage. You can move to the next one. Gyanis 9 events. These are the 9 events. You can, ये बहुत अवेलेबल है इजीली और आपको बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स मिलेंगे ऑनलाइन. ये किसी भी एक क्लास के कंस्ट्रक्ट के लिए या एक मॉड्यूल के कंस्ट्रक्ट के लिए बहुत अच्छा होता है. 9 है तो ये 9 आप एक सिंपल टेबल बना लीजिए एक वर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट में, और जो भी डिजाइन कर रहे हैं ना उनको दे दीजिए कि ये तो आपको फिल करना ही करना है, ये हर रो. देन दे विल बी फोर्स्ड टू थिंक. सबसे बड़ा चीज होता है जो मैं आपको रेलेवेंस की बात बोल रही थी, हाउ विल यू कैच द लर्नर्स अटेंशन इन दिस कोर्स. आप उनको बोल सकते हो कि ये तुमने नहीं किया तो तुमको मार्क्स नहीं मिलेंगे, एक तरीका वो है, बट वो मूक में तो नहीं डालेंगे ना, वो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. तो यू विल हैव टू थिंक अबाउट interesting ways to introduce your course. Think of it as creating an advertisement. एडवर्टाइजमेंट कितना कैची होता है ना, विद इन 30 सेकेंड्स आपका अटेंशन ग्रैब करता है. एजुकेशन क्यों नहीं हो सकता? वाई इट इज टीडियस फॉर लर्नर्स? दैट इज गेन अटेंशन. सेकेंड चीज अगेन, लर्नर्स को उनका ऑब्जेक्टिव पता चलना चाहिए. ये वो कोर्स कर ही क्यों रहे हैं, इससे मुझे फायदा क्या होगा, वो अपफ्रंट स्टेट करना चाहिए. और इतने ये ब्यूटीफुल चीज ये है कि दिस सेम फ्रेमवर्क आई कैन यूज फॉर स्कूल students, I can use for high school, I can use it to create a learning program for you all and for corporates also. Same thing, same. So you can read it at your own pace, but these are the 9 steps. If you'll see, gain attention, inform learners of objectives. हमारे बुक्स में भी रहता है, पहले हम ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखते हैं ना, हमारे बुक्स में रहता है. उसके बाद प्रीवियस नॉलेज को हमेशा रिकॉल करना चाहिए. अगेन रिमेंबर द पावर टूल दैट आई शेयर्ड विथ यू, रिट्रीवल प्रैक्टिस. सो कुछ तो उनको उनके ब्रेन को रिकॉल में डालना चाहिए. देन यू प्रेजेंट द कंटेंट, प्रोवाइड लर्निंग गाइडेंस. ये आप इन पर्सन भी कर सकते हैं, ऑनलाइन भी कर सकते हैं. एलिसिट परफॉर्मेंस मतलब उनको प्रैक्टिस इमीडिएटली दो. जो भी आपने वहां तक कवर किया ना, तो आपके मूक का पार्ट हो सकता है कि अब यहाँ पर आपको एक इनबिल्ट वहां पे एक प्रैक्टिस आएगी. देन प्रोवाइड फीडबैक. तो आजकल आप देखोगे, आप अगर लिंक्डइन लर्निंग या किसी पे भी आप कुछ एमसीक्यूज देखते हो ना, इफ यू क्लिक द इनकरेक्ट आंसर यू विल गेट द करेक्ट फीडबैक. कि आपको ऐसा नहीं छोड़ देंगे कि अरे आपको आता नहीं है, अब हो गया अब जाओ. यू विल गेट द फीडबैक दैट्स बेस्ड ऑन दिस. assess their performance. assess मतलब give time to assess performance. ऐसा टिक टिक करके नहीं. assess performance, give feedback कि क्या कर सकते हो. and last वाला enhance retention and transfer of learning. तो एज एजुकेटर आपको सोचना पड़ेगा कि यहाँ पर मैं उसको क्या दूं कि वो उसका टेक अवे हो सकता है. इट कैन बी एज सिंपल एज अ 1 पेज नोट, एक इन्फोग्राफिक हो सकता है, एक फ्लो चार्ट हो सकता है. तो ऐसे जब आप अपना हर एक मॉड्यूल डिजाइन करने लगोगे, तो आप देखना कि आपके मॉड्यूल्स में एक स्ट्रक्चर आने लगेगा. एंड देन यू वुड हैव अटेंडेड टू ऑल द लर्निंग साइंस दैट आई जस्ट टॉक्ड अबाउट, बिकॉज इट्स completely based on that. We can just move to the next one. So since I am from a science background, I always believe in evidences. You should also, it's not about science or anything, fact based information. In fact, WhatsApp university से तो हम लोग सबको बहुत डर लगता है. So fact based information, again this paper is a proof that GANI is, this is just one example I wanted to share with you. But there are many other papers that have proved the improved learning outcomes using these frameworks. You can move to the next one. The last one is Mayer's dual coding model. नाम सब बोलने में बहुत अच्छा लगता है ना, heavy names and all. But they are such interesting things. अगर आप इसको देखोगे, right now you are seeing a multimedia. I'm not playing a video, but it's a presentation, right? What are you using? My presentation is a combination of text and pictures, right? Or whatever, images. What are you using to take in all this information? Your auditory and visual awareness senses, right? All this, jo abhi tak maybe I think 2 hours, whatever has gone into your working memory is through sounds and images. What I'm speaking, what you are seeing. There are some verbal representations. Verbal is what I'm speaking. Non-verbal is what you're seeing on the screen, my body language, your body language, all that. They all integrate to form a experience. When I go away and when you talk amongst yourself, then what will happen? Some parts of this presentation will go into your long-term memory. Next time another expert will come and say, hey, I'm going to tell you about Mayer's dual coding model. You will say, oh, Neha came and she talked about this, from your long-term memory. So again, this is another thing that, and if you're building MOOCs, definitely I would say that you should read about this. Just a website page is enough to read about this. Can we go to the next one? So this is neuroscience, okay? Now, how do I take it away? What do I do from that वो तो फैक्ट है जो मैंने पहले बोला। तो मेयर ने ये 12 प्रिंसिपल्स दिए हैं मल्टीमीडिया लर्निंग के। Whoever, I don't know if this was covered in the MOOC development course. To tie it up nicely, अगर आप वो learn how to learn का coursera कोर्स करेंगे तो उसमें इनकी बात होती है और आपको बताएंगे कि कैसे आप जब एक मल्टीमीडिया डिजाइन करते हैं तब आप ये चीजों का ध्यान रखते हैं। So simple things like only add relevant text and images. जब आप कोई एक सबटाइटल नॉट अ सबटाइटल बट टेक्स्ट ऑन स्क्रीन अगर आ रहा है तो जो कीवर्ड है जिस पे आपको स्टूडेंट अटेंशन और फोकस चाहिए उसमें एक हाईलाइटिंग होनी चाहिए। जो मैं बोल रही हूँ वही चीज अगर वहां पे लिखा रहेगा तो इट विल बी बोरिंग। सो डू नॉट एड अ लॉट ऑफ रिटन टेक्स्ट एंड देन रीड आउट योर प्रेजेंटेशन। ओके, जस्ट रीड आउट, तो नहीं। Related words and pictures should be close together. अगर मान लीजिए कोई डायग्राम है और उसमें 4 लेबल्स हैं तो एक तरीका है कि हम डायग्राम पर लेबल करें और उसके बारे का जो इंफॉर्मेशन है दैट आल्सो कम्स अलोंग विद द लेबल्स। बट कई बार आप बुक्स वगैरह में देखते हैं डायग्राम है उस पर 1 2 3 4 लिखा है एंड लेबल्स कहीं साइड में है। दैट्स अ बैड आइडिया। सो दैट्स स्पेशल कॉन्टिग्यूटी। And when you're developing a multimedia, you have all the tools to use. मतलब you can appear the label just next to the diagram in sync with the voice over. तो ये आपका एक बहुत important tool हो जाता है. So the person's attention is there उसी जगह पर. So ऐसे करके ये सारे principles हैं जो I wanted to share with you. And ये सारे मैं एक सेशन में नहीं कवर कर सकती. Again, cognitive load होगा. लेकिन आई वॉन्टेड टू शेयर इट विथ यू कि आप अपने स्पेस पे इसको कवर जरूर करें बिफोर यू गेटिंग इनटू प्रॉपर मूक डेवलपमेंट। वी गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्क्रीन। ये ना बाइट साइज्ड यूट्यूब पे ये वीडियोस है। सो उत्कर्षा मैम के पास ये मेरा पीपीटी डेफिनेटली रहेगा। वील जस्ट प्ले दिस वन फॉर यू एंड यू कैन सी इट। सो वो 12 प्रिंसिपल्स के लिए भी ये वीडियोस हैं। That is another book, but at this point of time, maybe it will be too much for you to read on this book. So you can watch these bite-sized videos about these 12 principles. And did you see in the video, first they wrote everything on the screen and you were not able to see the graphics, right? You were not able to see the graphics. तो ऐसा अगर आप YouTube पे if you see a lot of teachers जो अपने वीडियो डालते हैं ना, they just put the textbook and they read the book. So don't do that. That's what I wanted to share with you. When you make a MOOC, definitely, and having you, the teacher, you're on the screen all the time is also not helpful. Focus on what the learners need. Build animations, diagrams, flow charts. ऐसा नहीं कि सिर्फ साइंस में हम कर सकते हैं. We can do that in every subject. अभी मैंने आपको बताया all the kind of things that I work on. सब में animations, multimedia banta hai, and you can also create. So this was one of the principles when you're building your MOOC. Good to go through all those principles, and you don't need to read. You can just see these bite-sized videos and use it. Okay, we can go to the next one. I'll just take 5 minutes on this because आप लोग तो expert होंगे on creating assessments, definitely. इसमें कोई ये नहीं है. So, लेकिन no course is complete without assessment, right? Assessment design. But assessment design is many times it is faulty. In fact, in my evaluation, even the CBSE papers, because I told you in school education, we used to work a lot with schools and all the board papers and everything, even though they say competency-based education, but the kind of questions they are creating right now, they are not competency-based, right? So when we are designing assessment, we need to keep in mind what is the purpose and when do you want them to take the assessment, especially in a MOOC design, because you have to design it पहले से. ऐसा नहीं हम करते थे ना, या हमारे साथ भी होता था. The teacher is angry, she will say surprise test. आज तुम लोग बहुत unruly हो, we'll give you a surprise test. You can't do that in a MOOC. All the work you have to do first. You have to do. So there is a very thoughtful construction of assessment that you should do. The first assessment is for retrieval practice. Like I told you, you bring out whatever you have taught. At that point of time, the way you would design questions. So you might design an MCQ which has all the 4 or 3 misconceptions as options. And from your platform, you can analyze that if students still have that misconception or you've been able to discard that misconception by teaching. Okay, because your idea is to improve learning, definitely. And if they haven't still let go of that misconception, then you need to improve the teaching process. That's what assessment for learning is, right? And this is an ongoing and formative assessment. So it takes place during the learning process. So ideally we say, don't score those assessments. Let them fail. Okay, learning from failures. But you tell them, okay, you went wrong here, this is the right thing. So remediation has to be, immediate remediation has to be done. I'm not sure how you will implement your MOOCs, but I'm just telling you that there are platforms, learning platforms available which can help, ready to use, so that you can analyze, but this can be done. This is your design. Platform will provide you that tool, but design will be yours. And once the entire module of the course is complete, then you assess learning, assessment of learning. Then at the end of a unit, you will see कि long-term memory में और skills या proficiency में जो skill based या competency based हम कहते हैं ना education, वो अभी हुआ है कि नहीं. So your competency based questions will come at this point of time. Because you are going to ask questions at a higher level, जहाँ पे वो आप 2-3 यूनिट का नॉलेज मिला के उसको आंसर करना पड़े, तो वो तो कर देगा, लेकिन आप क्वेश्चंस वैसे बनाओगे तब ना. So that is why this is important for all the designers. So all of you will become learning designers the moment you start designing your MOOCs. So for all the designers, this awareness of what are the kinds of assessment that I want to build in my course, purpose and when, that is important. Okay. This is what I was talking about. You can, so Addy, like I told you, it's not a watertight thing. At different stages, you can think about formative evaluation, but summative evaluation comes right at the end. Because after you've designed everything, then only you can do higher level evaluation, which is summative evaluation, and that can be scored as well. We can go to the next one. Great. I think I'm in time, and we have come to the end of this session. I'll just quickly recap what we discussed. Whether you want to become an edupreneur, entrepreneur, whoever, it is always important to know your why. Why am I doing this? Time and again, it's important to list your strengths, your skills to build up your confidence in the work that you do. And you will also be able to recognize your weaknesses or gaps. See, the world is changing a lot. हम सब कहते हैं कि our children are smarter than us. But are we letting them be smarter than us? We can be smarter, definitely, more than our students. We can be. But don't have that limiting belief that we can't be. Yeah, you can. Third one is about building relationships. I have written it for my business from my perspective, but you will also build relationship with your students and your colleagues, but more with your students, definitely, because of course you are responsible for their learning. So you will see how to use your strengths to build these relationships. In education, you cannot compromise on quality ever, because this is one field that we work in, which is on nation building. जैसे पुल बनाने में अगर सीमेंट से क्वालिटी कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो गया तो पुल गिर जाएगा, वैसे ही ये एजुकेशन से हुआ तो हम SDG गोल्स कभी नहीं मीट कर पाएंगे. And definitely as educators, you should use these established frameworks. You don't have to invent the wheel again. Only thing you need to be aware, go read. You are such smart people. You can figure out innovative ways to use this in your everyday work of life. Use technology, use AI, don't shy away from it. And all sorts of resources available to you. And lastly, this is my favorite thing that I tell everyone I meet, is shift towards a growth mindset if you haven't yet. Okay. Thank you so much for being here for my session. This was great experience for me, and I love sharing things with people about learning design. And I hope you are able to take away some good things from this. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, dear participants. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So now I request Kate Madam from Chhatrapati Sambhaji College, Aurangabad, to propose vote of thanks. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Before that, any questions from participant? Qureshi sir, do you have any question? Kharat sir? Sharad sir, you are from London. Can you hear me?
Yeah. No question, sir. No question.
Sharad sir has already shared few of his thoughts.
Okay. Mugdha madam? Okay. ठीक है. Okay. इकडे.
One question, not as a participant, but being an educator, what would you suggest for teacher? Which one is the best? These tools that is you are using right now, or chalk and talk?
Definitely these tools. Chalk and talk is something that is in your what should I say? As a teacher, if you put me in a biology class today and you will tell me go take a class and there's nothing there, I can still teach it, because that's the belief I have in life. With a chalk and talk, I will still do it. But if I want that my children really learn well and I have all these tools at my disposal, I'll definitely use them. And I'll recommend all of you to use it. Because a lot of us, we are not using it because of the fear of technology. And I've worked with a lot of teachers. A lot of us, there actually a survey we've done at Tata Classes. 69% teachers had a fear of technology. Because of the survey, that was a third-party survey, and we found out. So don't fear technology. It is there to help you. It's just like how you own your classroom, own all these technological tools and make your classrooms really, really fabulous place to be for children. For children, for you have grown up students, so all the more use technology in your class.
I can tell you, I don't know if they're offering some other teachers. I started my teaching career 22 years back from the same college. And I was very lazy in using the blackboard. I hardly used. My class was engaged. That was my experience. I didn't like to write the topic on the board. And
Okay, I am a mathematics teacher. Then which the tool or token?
These tools which I'm talking about, they also help you transform your chalk and talk to very engaging experiences. I will share one more tool. It's called PET Labs, PHET. It's a free tool. It is developed by Colorado State University. As a mathematics teacher, if you have to teach graph, what do? You draw the graph, right? Coordinates on the board. 5 minutes goes into that, right? And what can you do there? Put like 7, 8 coordinates. After that, the graph becomes too cluttered. PET tools, or there's another one called GeoGebra. If you bring it to the classroom, in a second, you can show the coordinates, the entire graph gets created. You can also show situations that you can never show in science labs using these tools. So I will always be on the side of technology being used for learning, not showing Merchant of Venice in a 3D video. That is not helpful. That is really not helpful. But science, maths, any kind of technology, especially in distance learning, in remote learning, if you want to engage more students virtually, then definitely use these tools. And इतने सारे free tools है ना जो हम नहीं जानते हैं as teachers. So I'm thank you for asking me that question. I gave you 2 more tools. So that makes you your class definitely engaging. Like Sir said, I can also engage the class without anything, but should I not use these tools which are available for free in my classroom? And definitely, and I'll share another thing. As in my first class, I was assigned as the bio teacher of class 12, same age group that you guys are studying, right? Adolescents are the worst of students. They judge you. They judge you right there. Right? So there, I was a topper. And through, I was in front of that class of 40, I was nervous, really nervous. And then I started explaining in the feedback form they written, Madam was talking to herself near the board. Yeah, actually, principal called me and gave me that. After that, that was a learning feedback for me. I improved over the time. Then I'm soft spoken. My voice is not that loud in a classroom. So I figured that there has to be different ways for me to engage them. The first thing I did, I moved away from the board. I used to walk right into the middle of the class, talk to them, draw something on their paper, then they will all come, and we used to do things like that. When I started teaching DNA, how restriction and nucleus cuts the DNA, I brought in paper and a scissor actually. So they are called molecular scissors. So I actually got a small scissor and then I cut paper DNA. I showed it to them. That was a tool. That was talking. And today you have multimedia interact. I've built multimedia interactives like that. I would still say use more direct.
I would like to add one thing. Somebody else's quote, I forgot the name who quoted it. It said that technology can never replace teachers.
Yes.
But definitely, those teachers who don't follow technology will be replaced by teachers who do it. So somebody said this, very relevant.
One question may not be in the context of this. Why all these, give example, mayors, principals, Why not from India? Why we are following?
I also have that question and I'm trying to spread the message.
Why all these people are more learned than
Maybe we have not, I don't think so, really, but maybe we have not documented things,
Yes,
right? That way. Because see, a lot of things like our Ayurveda and things like that, haldi
Recently,
definitely makes you
just-
feel better, right? So, वो documentation हमने किया. Maybe these things we did not document and those guys were documented.
because they are ahead in the technology. That is the thing about it.
They are able to publish papers and all that. That's fine. It's okay, they did the work, let's use it.
Because for everything we have foreign authors. Here is
In
this.
education, definitely. Education.
We can definitely localize it. So
You
we
have
can follow it, but obviously there has to be localization. You cannot have the same scenario here, which probably they are sitting somewhere in the Europe. Their system is far more different than what ours, so we can localize it.
That is why more than theories, what I showed you are actionable frameworks. Because frameworks are, they can fit anywhere. But theories are very dependent on, like you said, situations and people, demographics and things like that. Some situation may not be true for India. See, LEP beautifully it has said in India there are many Indias, right? So the example that you gave, that chapter, what CBSE has done that science and maths, the NCERT book remains across states. But for social studies, every SCRT will write their own based on local context. Because of the way हर 10 kilometer पे food and language changes. So that. Same.
So don't forget about the Takshashila and Nalanda too. While you are referring the others, like sir said that the foreign authors. At the same time, we also had the Nalanda and
We
Takshashila.
had, but unfortunately, I
It will continue. But we have.
it's not available to us.
Yes.
Yeah, we had a rich legacy, no doubt. I belong to the place where Nalanda is. So it's I mean, it's a loss, I would say. It's a loss. But nevertheless, we can build it.
That's why NAP introduced IQAC.
Yeah.
It is just to comment, madam, while you are talking about the tools and everything for creation of MOOCs. This will not go in context of the MOOCs, but today morning I was just listening to a news and it was about Mahakumbh. And there are AI tools
Yes.
which are going to describe what Mahakumbh is, and the question was asked by one of the persons there that, dear Narad ji, can you please explain what this Mahakumbh is about in English? And actually, that was shown there, and he was explaining everything in English.
Yeah,
It is something which is the beauty of AI.
In
tool.
Prayagraj, they have used AI tools and they are giving the immersive experience to
Yes.
those who are not actually going into Mahakumbh.
Right.
It
Yeah.
is like, they are
Virtual.
giving a simulation where we are going to Imagine something and
Right.
save one and this mistake.
Yes.
Apart from that, I mean, those are interesting things to do. AI, if you have recent news, it's Oracle has given a lot of funding to its own research wing, where AI will be used to diagnose cancer and create very specific vaccine for you. If I'm diagnosed with cancer, the tool will be able to, and a very specific vaccine can be created for me, by my profile. So that is another really good use of AI. And the other thing, I lost that thought I wanted to mention when I was talking about my first day, is every teacher, and up mano nahi mano, when you stand in front of that class, you want to be the smartest person in the class.
Yes. True.
You want to be, you have to be to command the class. तो जो ये बच्चे रोज वो AI यूज करके अपना असेसमेंट और ये लिखते हैं, उनके सामने आप क्यों नहीं AI यूज कर रहे हैं? आप उनसे ज्यादा बेटर यूज करके उनको दिखाओगे. So for that also, for every teacher, I want you to use those tools, and when you walk in the class, you are the most smartest person. So you have to write the rule.
I hope for all the participants, this session was so engaging and it has actually a good experiential session that madam has. She is a good teacher that we also can notice from her talk. She is a good teacher, but besides her teaching abilities, she has kept that learner alive in her. That is something which is very important. That's what I feel. Because if you are a good learner, then only you can be a good teacher. That's what is something take home message from this session. And of course, I need to thank Mohan sir. Because of him, I could contact her, and of course, I need to thank her also that she agreed. But it is the person who told me Mohan sir was the person who told me she will be the right person to talk into your FDP. Madam, we are going to trouble you once again if we are I will love it. And if we are going to have FDP of such a kind, because we are planning to have around 36 programs in these 2 years. So if we are going to have FDP of such kind, where I find ki Madam is going to speak on this aspect, so I'm going to surely trouble you once again.
Definitely.
Savita madam, hello.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Savita Kate from Shiv Chhatrapati College, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. On behalf of Dr. Homi Bhabha HBSU, Mumbai and CKT College, New Panvel, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Neha Sinha ma'am, founder and MD New Ed Learning Solution Mumbai, for taking the time to share your invaluable insights and expertise with us today on the topic of becoming an entrepreneur through content mastery and self development. You have shed a light on the importance of not only mastering our content but also continually developing ourselves to unlock new opportunities as educators, entrepreneurs, and identify your transferable skills. Your practical strategy, personal experience, and passion for this subject have left us with actionable takeaways and renewed sense of purpose. You have reminded us that education is not just about the teaching, but about innovation, creativity, and the courage to step into uncharted territories. Your message about combined personal growth with professional expertise has truly resonated with everyone here. Thank you once again for sharing your knowledge so generously and for inspiring us to think beyond traditional boundaries in education. We are truly grateful for your time, efforts, and wisdom. Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening and empowering session. Thanks.
I also had a very good time sharing these.
So we will join sharply at 2 p.m. Thank you.
All right.
Start the sun.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. May I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So welcome to the post-lunch session. Probably this is the last session of 5-day faculty development program. And for this session, we have a very energetic resource person, enthusiastic, Mr. Divendu Verma from Dux Legis. So I request to the Chilati madam to give a brief introduction about Dr. Mr. Divendu Verma. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege to introduce our today's resource person, Mr. Divendu Verma. Sir is an advocate and registered patent and trademark in India, UAE, USA, and has over 15 years of experience. Sir has a vast experience in IP strategic advisory, patent drafting, and various fields. Sir has handled and managed various IP projects and multiple national and international clients involving framing IP strategy and IP implementation. Sir has a vast experience in technology development involving in implementation of telecom and IP infrastructure and software developer. Sir has a leadership in various fields like trademarks, design, and make a standing committee of LES India. Sir is a standing committee member of information technology and internet and represent India in standing committee. Sir has completed his BSc in mathematics, B in computer science, MS in computational engineering, MPhil in graph theory, LLB from India, LLM from USA, IPDC from University of Geneva. Sir is expertise in various technical fields like high-tech, computer science, AI, ML, blockchain, quantum mechanics, and communication and renewable energy. Sir is a member of various national and international associations like Protection of IPR, member of AIPPI Standing Committee on Information Technology and Internet. Sir has a vast experience in various fields of Society India, LESI, LES, US, Canada. He is specialized in Patent Advisory Committee, patent drafting, procrastination, opposition, validation, trademark. So sir has a very vast experience. Thank you, sir, being here. Now I request sir to continue for the session.
Sir, please share them.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. One thing is that those who can, please switch on your camera. Please do not sleep. And second thing is that if you don't ask me, if you don't interrupt me, I'm going to finish this 3-hour session in half an hour. So it's the duty lies on you to make it engaging. I am going to ask a lot of questions, guys. So, and this is, I don't know, this is the last day, last session, but I am very informal, guys. And then informal guy in the sense I talk very lucid manner. I ask a lot of questions and I expect some answers so that I understand, and as per your understanding, I can give examples. I am having multiple degrees, but degree in science and mathematics apart from the law. I wanted to ask a couple of questions from audience because I can see only a couple of guys here. So what is general background, tech background about the people who are attending here?
I am from biotechnology department, sir.
Fantastic. What's your name, ma'am?
Dr. Latika Shendre.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, sir. I'm Assistant Professor Prathamesh Tavde, and I'm from the management discipline.
Fantastic, sir. Is there anyone from commerce or arts? Yes, Savita ma'am.
Sir, hello, good afternoon, sir. I'm
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Savita Kate from Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, Department of Biotechnology.
Biotechnology. Fantastic. Okay. 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 All right. So I'll try to keep. Ji, please, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm. What's that happening? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, let's start. So I'll try to keep it generic. The example labels are morely coming from a kind of a general science background, so it can be understood by someone who has little bit understanding of science. And fortunately, today's topic is about the content. I'm going to ask very nice questions. Those questions which are not generally asked in the classrooms by teachers. So yeah, please, next slide, please. So can you read this slide? What do you think? This is a question I intended to ask all the audience here as well as online. So please tell me, what do you think about this beautiful lady? Sir, sir, what do you think?
She might be a.
You look at her from the perspective when you go and
in front of her.
Yes, I wanted to say that. What do you think? What is the first reaction, sir, coming?
There are the different locations, the picture which you have shown.
Very good, yes.
3 locations.
I want you to focus on girl, not on the location.
Okay. I think she seems to be happy wherever she is going.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Anyone else? Online, guys? Please, because this is not a joke. I just don't want to wake you up after the post-lunch session. This is very relevant for the today's topic, the content which I'm going to talk about. This is very serious stuff. These pictures involve societal and legal implications, as well as, for me, it's more like ethical considerations, which I'm going to talk about later. I wanted to gauge your opinion so that I can provide similar examples. Anyone else from online? What do you think?
Sir, I feel she is not the same girl. There are 3 different girls.
That's an interesting point. Okay, ma'am. Anyone else? If you ask me personally, I like this girl. You know, when I was making the slide, actually I fell in love with this girl. But unfortunately, this is not possible. I'll let you know why. Ma'am, what do you have any comments on her? Anything, ma'am?
So I think she's a nature-loving person, always surrounded by trees wherever she is sitting.
Oh yeah, I can totally agree on this point. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so I wrote it for you. Tell me your first reaction. How about this? This is not that little bit older girl compared to the previous slide, but what about her? Or if you don't want to answer right away, you can reserve your thoughts, because I'm going to come back on these 2 slides again with Fourier transformation. There is a properties in mathematics in linear algebra called Fourier transformation, and then you will be amazed to see why I'm bringing Fourier transformation here. But I want you to have a very clear look, because when I'm going to come back on this slide, you will not be having much time to look at her. What you can see, or what do you think after seeing this? Generally, what I see, sir, you want to say anything? Ma'am, you want to say anything?
Wrong with the date?
No, nothing. I mean, everything is fine, fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Passport, is it passport, no?
Yeah, ma'am. Passport. No. That was a different lady. She's from Lithuania. She's from where? Estonia, European country. Yeah, bordering Norway. Sir, what do you think about this? Sir, be Okay, I mean, you can say anything. Yeah, be generous.
She is also looking good.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt about it. Nissa, what do you think about this picture? The background, passport and all.
That much clear, sir.
It's not that much. Maybe because I have used a lower resolution or you switch off little bit light.
Shadow is coming there.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I wanted to someone say that. Shadow is coming. What shadow is saying? Someone has kept the passport on desk. And sir, please.
Or maybe while clicking the.
Clicking the picture.
Yes. So when you keep your passport on desk and you take a picture, sometime you have a shadow coming on your passport, right, sir? Anything else you want to see and say?
Half picture is here, half is because of the shadows.
Someone is taking our picture.
All right, next slide, please. Thank you for the comments. Sorry, I haven't heard from anyone online. Anyone who just go back a slide, please. Anyone
Sir,
online?
I haven't seen such a beautiful photograph in a passport.
Oh wow! I totally get it.
That is
Yeah.
scenario.
Yeah. When you look at my photo on my Aadhaar, you will say,
You think it's the artist, not a passport.
That scenario, you can't say anything on the photo.
sir, you saying something? Anyone else online? All right, so I have to actually complete the topic. So I have a lot of time, so I'm just killing my time here. Not an issue. So good afternoon, everyone. Why I'm here? This is the question. The question is going to, I'm going to provide my introduction. I am an IP attorney. Basically, in IP, I am a patent attorney. I work globally. I have been involved in since last 5 years about the lawmaking, various laws around the world, a lot of research papers, white papers I have written about the IP. I run a firm called Dux Ladies Attorneys, and we are in India. We are in multiple places in Dubai, Sri Lanka, Middle East, USA. I am an Indian, US, and UAE attorney, and my another firm name is Audrey Walks. I am global head of patents. I'm not going to talk about myself much. This is my LinkedIn profile. Though you wanted to see me, please look at my profile. You will start taking me seriously. I listed achievement. My achievement is I was involved in the design law treaty, which was passed in Riyadh in October 2024, and I was representing the United States government. So that's a small introduction. I mainly work with the international committees. I head a couple of committees. One thing, this particular slide is not saying. I just are being appointed by AIPLA, American IP Bar Association, as the chair of India Committee. So I'm heading the India Committee as well. So this is outlined. This is only for the folks who are really concerned about what I'm going to talk about. But believe me, I'm not going to talk about in that sequence. Whenever something comes to my mind, I may be switching here and there. But the outline says that I'm going to talk about the copyright. I'm going to talk about what we are facing as a challenge. What are the emerging issues in AI and copyright? And this particular bullet points, which you can see in black color and blue color, it relates to a content creation. It relates to content creation. So my central theme about today's talk is about the content creation. So being an IP guy, if I don't introduce myself, my profession, it will be unfair to me. So I will be going through fast. So IP by this time, or probably you would have known many guys, many folks have been talking about IP. What is IP? If you look at the phone, you can see the phone is having a patent. It has a brand called Samsung or Apple. There's a trademark. Phone coming in the box, which is basically having copyright. Phone having a very distinct assembling process, which is called SOP, Standard Operating Procedure for assembling a phone. For example, Apple, and that is a trade secret. So doesn't matter. We are feeling proud now. Apple is made in India, but doesn't matter. Made in Uganda, made in Thailand, made in China, because Apple has SOP, which goes to the manufacturing plant, and they create just as per the SOP. So it doesn't matter whether it's in China or India or in Sri Lanka. Next slide, please. So little bit, because I will be referring few terms, so I thought giving you some examples rather than talking boring legal definition about what is the understanding of IP. So look at this Coke bottle, which is like maybe 2.5 liter Coke. So that material of the bottle, which is the plastic material, is the patent in this particular product. The brand is a Coca-Cola, which we say Coke, or whatever the way you can pronounce anything with the combination of how it is written C on the red background and it is basically a trademark. And you look at the beautiful shape of the bottle, which is look and feel of the product. So basically, this is the design and how to make a Coca-Cola. I was in Atlanta last year, and in fact, I visited the factory, their headquarters, and they're like, you press button A, then you press button B, and then in glass you get the Coke. So they are hiding behind what's happening, but they are mixing two compositions together, getting Coke right in front of your eyes. So that is a trade secret here. For example, KFC fried chicken that besan made with masala. Yeah. Actually, those are the trade secrets. You must be wondering why I'm talking about trade secret, because it is not legally recognized in India, but this is the year we are going to have the draft of the trade secret law in India. What I heard from my sources. So next, moving to the iPhone, the most common phone in India. So everyone has the iPhone right now. So you can look at the things. The camera and the processor is for the patent. Bitten Apple is a trademark of the Apple logo. And then the trade secret, as I told you earlier. And design is the look and feel of the product. If you hide the bitten apple and if you are able to see the back panel of the phone from the 100 meters away from your eyesight, if you are able to recognize, oh, this is iPhone. So that is the look and feel. So that is the design right? Next, so this is mostly used by the folks, but by the girls as well. So what is the trade secret here? The coating. The coating which gives you the smooth feeling on your face or whatever the part you are using this razor is a trade secret for the Gillette. Design is the razor cartridge, in what manner it is designed. And the patent here is the blade geometry. If you look at the patent in detail about the Gillette, first blade is having a different angle to the second blade. Second to third blade is having a different angle. So the angles have been created in a manner. In what manner, in what way you move the blade, it will not cut. So that is the blade geometry for which the Gillette got a patent. And trademark, Gillette, that Gillette written in the white font in the orange circle. It's a trademark. Next slide. This is very recognized product by person who loves driving. Yeah, and you can find this WD-40 in almost every car, right? Be it during the rainy season, if there is a rust in a tire or the door is not opening, anything. So here the patent is what? The actuator technology. When you push, a limited calculated quantity of the liquid will come out. That is the patent for this product. Design again about the flexible straw, how it can bend, how it can, by the way, from the flexible straw design, the world copied, and now you have those straw in movie theater where you can bend, you can sip. So that owner of the design is the WD-40 guy. And the trade secret is about WD-40 formula. Nobody knows what they have done. Many chemists, they try to decipher, but they failed. So that is a real trade secret. And trademark, WD-40 is very recognized word. You take this name around the world. You go to Brazil, you go to Mexico, you go to US, WD-40, people will give you, right? So that is the brand. All right, so this is a small introduction I wanted to provide with little examples from the different technical segments. So I am going to focus on the copyright today because the content which is created by the content creator coming directly under the copyright provision. So I don't want to read over the slide is in front of you. So copyright is one of the crucial aspects about the IP protection, where whatever the content you are creating, protection for which is available under copyright. So, right, it may be a literary creation, it may be a artistic creation, it may be a paintings, it may be pictures, or any combination, including the songs, song composition, songs of pitch and depth. Everything is part of the copyright. Many writers, they write a novel, they put copyright notification. So what does it mean? It means that when you write anything, if you want to let the world know this book, this content belongs to you, just you have to write C in circle, your name and the year, and that's copyright done. Then people ask me, because majority of the audience is in online, so otherwise I would have made very interesting comment. But people ask me, sir, then why people go for a copyright registration, right? Fair enough, very valid question. India signed a Berne Convention, and Berne Convention is a global convention. And after that, copyright protection is accorded all the signatory members. And Berne Convention says that any person, any writer, any author who was writing C in circle and then proclamation starts. Nothing, there's no requirement of a registration of copyright. Then why people do that? Okay, for example, if your copyright is violated and then you approach the court of law, in order to establish you are the actual author, then court will direct you, they will stop the proceeding of the infringement. They will say, okay, approach to your copyright registry, get this copyright done, get me the certificate, then I'll start the proceeding. So technically you will lose around 6 to 8 months. In order to not lose that time period, it will go for the copyright registration. But that is optional, it's not mandatory requirement. So definition of purpose, yeah, this is again legal knowledge. Copyright in India is given by the Act, which was enacted in 1957, amended in 2012, 2018. A recent amendment is due, I don't know when. The example of protected works is movies. You would have seen Three Idiots based on the Chetan Bhagat novel, right? Recent movie that Kiki Kaka, what was the name of the movie? Which got into trouble. Key and Ka. Key and Ka. Sorry, I'm very bad at remembering the movie's name. Music songs. I will be talking a little bit about the songs because recently we have a lot of influx of infringement in this particular copyright domain. Then we have literary work like the novels, articles which you write, digital art, the graphic design, illustration which you create online, offline. Most importantly, OTT creation. You would have seen a lot of things coming out, serials. So Netflix, Amazon, all. So all the serials, everything is those OTT content is a part of protected by the Copyright Act. Of course, software codes, the HTML code.
Comes under this.
What configuration?
Configuration of things. If suppose by default technologies are available. Say for example, NFC card. That is available. But I configure in other way. And use for another purpose. That is also comes under this.
So when you say configure other way, so whatever the code changes you have done, that code is protected copyright protection, but the technical functionality is a part of the patent. Yeah. So historical context, there is a last amendment happened in 2012 from the today's topic perspective, which is about the content creation. So the fair use provision was introduced in the amendments. The fair use is the one which providing a liberty to the professors in the university to use any copyright material for the purpose of delivering the session, imparting the education and all. So those things come under the provision of the fair use. I have not mentioned, but that is the section 52 of the Copyright Act. And then it extends the protection to performers and digital creator in the digital age. I will be talking about one of my case, Arjit Singh versus a couple of tech company, which happened in last year 2024, which we got relief for Arjit Singh. So Arjit Singh got the relief because the defendant has claimed the fair use provisions which are available in the Copyright Act, which was neglected by the Honorable High Court, and they have provided. I will be talking detail about that case, but just one thing, this case just came about the blur line between the inspiration and infringement. People say, okay, they take picture, any picture, copyright picture from internet, they change the color from red to green, and they say inspiration. So the line is very thin, and there is a very famous rapper in India called, what's the name? Basa, yeah. The Honey Singh is the name of a singer which he got trademark. His trademark is The Honey Singh. So Honey Singh was the original rapper when this rapper culture came into India, and then the Basa followed. He used the phrase "Genda Fool." So there was a movie, Delhi 6, which was Sasural. The phrase was Sasural Genda Fool. That time, that Roni Screwwala, who was the producer of that movie, Delhi 6, and Rakesh Omprakash Mehra, I guess, I don't remember that. We had a television here, so I don't remember, but not relevant. Maybe Rakesh Prakash Mehra, that Rang De Basanti director. What is the name? Remember anyone? Rang De Basanti. Anyway, it was a very remarkable movie in the sense. So he paid money to just to use the Fail Gedna Fool in the song, which is not known to the general public. And then this song, I haven't heard about this song. This slide is put down by my secretary, so please excuse me. But one thing is that the song Genda Fool, which is created by Basa, after releasing this song, within 23 hours, not even 24 hours, this particular song went viral. It hit 1 million. And then by that mark, he started receiving revenue. And then there was allegations by by one of the relative of this Ratan Kahar. He is basically from the West Bengal. He is a folk singer and a folk writer who used to write for Bengali movies and drama theater. And then they created Basa is earning crores of rupee using the song which belongs to Ratan Kahar. He should be given the royalty as well as the proper recognition. So this case is like an example. This is still not in the court of law because either a party has not approached the court. But one thing is that any famous phrase, "Dil mange more." If you see "Dil mange more," if that army major Batra, Vikram Batra, yes, Vikram Batra, he was from my school by the way. Vikram would have arrived after the Kargil war, that he would have sued PepsiCo, because then PepsiCo has run a campaign for Pepsi, "Dil mange more" line, to sell more Pepsi, right? So the important of this content creation, specifically for the art movie director, art creator, you have to be careful when you are doing we are taking any kind of phrase, any kind of graphics, and you say it's an inspiration. You have to understand what is the inspiration and what is the copy paste. The line is very blurred, very thin. I have to be careful. So yes, ma'am, please. Yes, Section 52 is like 1.5 page provision. It provides a lot of exceptions. Using of the copyright material for the research purpose, using the copyright material for teaching, propagating knowledge to the student, and there are many things I don't remember. That is not part of exception. Yeah, any money you get, you cannot claim the fair use. Which ChatGPT, the company, the name of company is OpenAI, which they did. So I will be talking about that case as well. Sorry.
They generally mention inspired from or inspired by. That is okay.
Kangana Ranaut, she was in one movie. I don't remember the movie. She was looking like this, and there was a cat face. If you remember, the movie came in 2022, and then the original creator of the graphics, the side face of the girl, and half face of the cat. It was like that. It was like 3D kind of an image, but from the side it looks like a lady. From the front it looks like a cat, and she literally took out. And then on Twitter, the original author of that art, he tagged Kangana and he said, "At least you have copied seamlessly. At least not forget about the royalty. You should have at least given me credit. The original author is so and so." But again, nothing happened. But this is not inspiration. This is kind of a copy paste, which is prohibited under the law. The fair use dilemma, the question, answer is not very clear, but I have written the fair dealing under Section 52 of the copyright permits the limited use for the research, education, criticism, or review. There are many more things which I thought is relevant for the content. I've only picked up. So research is one part, education, criticism. You watch a movie,
We are 45. 45
Very good, man. Very good. What a very, very nice, ignorant question you asked. I will, sorry. That's fine. Unless until you ask me, I will not answer, right? Yes, ma'am. You said something, right? Tell me one thing. When you have downloaded on Spotify, any one of you have read what we yeah, I agree to what I'm saying. You have please read and this one. Please read once. Please read once. I'm going to answer this question. So when you go into the, actually there is a contract. When you click, it is giving consent, you are signing the contract. In the contract, the Spotify or YouTube Premium, it says that this song, this particular channel, this particular media is for your personal use. Personal use, double quotes. The personal use means you and only you, not even your wife. I mean, not even a wife or a husband, I mean the spouse, right? Not the daughters or sons.
Providing that family pack.
So that in order to not people not infringing their right, so they are saying, okay, if you want to share the music, please do it legally. By the way, of creating a family pack, you include your spouse, your children, just to obviate, because last year the U.S. Congress had amended the Copyright Act in U.S. and after the amendment of the law, this provision was created, like the fair use is a little bit similar to 52 of Indian law. Is also in US, but in a different form. And then the US Congress had created a specific provision where there is no infringement, but it's likely to be infringed. So there has to be some exception provided by the content provider. And after that, then Google implemented the provision. Not only that, if you see then the Facebook and then all the like services which are provided by Google, they have a provision. You can add a family member. Even the sharing of your picture with your family member is copyright infringement. And it was rampantly followed everywhere, including the US. And then the government decided, unless until there should be some provision, some kind of a framework, people will keep doing that. And the punishment for one murder or 10 murder is same, right? You cannot be hanged 10 times. Once you are hanged, ma'am, the game is finished, right? Why you are downloading?
I have not.
Okay. Yes, they are. We in Hindi will call chor. They are chor. Including me, I have also done chori. That kind of chori when I was in college. I no longer do that. Sorry. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
Incidents I would like to share.
Please.
Like today we have conducted the lecture. Likewise, I have to conduct the lecture and doing it in YouTube Live. So in that YouTube Live, I have referred one picture scene during that YouTube Live. After 10 hours, I got the notice from the YouTube that you have violating the copyrights. You are using this in your YouTube Live. That is this scene from this is this picture. You have to remove it. Otherwise, I will show you. I will send you the. I immediately delete this video.
आजच्या कार्यक्रमात ह्या शिबिरामध्ये विशेष सहकार्य लाभलेले म्हणजे विकास काडे, बालाजी मोहिते यांचे त्याबद्दल त्यांनी
वाह, अरे सर हमें बताइए क्या वाह कर रहे हैं? We also would love to know. Waah tas waah. Oh yes, waah tas waah is also like coin word. You cannot yeah. I heard you someone said wow. It is for the lecture for the examples, or you are watching something else. Sorry, I'm a little bit drowsy. I came just today morning.
Yeah, it's like one of the hotel and that was premium hotel, and we were about to book the hall and we asked them whether they will the music. They said no, you will have to purchase the license.
Yes.
Because that was a big one.
Yes.
And in the normal hotel, if you are this and here, you can play any music. As the stars, we go up, they will go for chat.
Yeah.
there is a music birthday, then happy birthday to you and all of that also is copyright. Yes.
Now you're getting ma'am. I'm glad. My job is over. My job is over for today.
If you come that category of star,
Yeah.
then you have to pay the right.
My job is over for today. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye. Yeah, at least you get it. Yeah. When I started my lecture, I promised everyone I will make sure nobody get bored, nobody get to sleep. So I hope I'm doing that. So yeah. That is like, there is a phrase, taking for granted. Anyway, let's move. Yeah, I just mentioned that there is a lady called Taylor Swift. Those who do not know her, please Google her. Taylor Swift. She is known by tagline Swifty. She has brought down a remarkable change. Before I move, this is not part of the today's presentation because I have 58 slide different presentation only on Taylor Swift. See, and now I'm going to tell you, largely because of her, the US Congress was forced. US Congress, I'm repeating again, US Congress was forced to amend the copyright law in the United States of America. Just imagine the impact of one playback singer, a pop singer she made. What she made, what she has done, that is a matter of research. Please do that. If you don't understand, there is a white paper on my website. Please download, read it. And those who are interested, please get in touch with me. But I'll tell you one thing, what she understand, what she recognize. She recognized that the younger audiences in the engineering college like this, universities, they like her song because her songs are, I mean, if you look at the lyrics, very peppy, very like, relatable to the 40, 15 years old folks, and with a very fine tune, not a lot of noise, but very balanced approach. She said, okay, if I do not create a provision, these people are going to infringe the copyright law. They are going to play my song. Earlier, when the IITs were playing Taylor Swift, when I was in engineering college, I visited, a couple of IITs for the tech fest and all. They were not playing Taylor Swift, they were playing, Stephen Rose, and then the Linkin Park, all just left it all right everywhere violation. That time I didn't realize because I wasn't lawyer then, I was engineer. And then one thing I recognize, if you have some kind of a remedy, some kind of a breeze where you provide the access to the music which is affordable, which can people take legally, they become your brand ambassador. So credit goes to Taylor Swift. She made her audience her brand ambassador. Now I'll give you some numbers. Earlier, if you want to get the license from Taylor Swift company to play her song, so you have to seek a license from where? To the music composer. Basically, they are one who give the license. Sony Music, HMB, blah, blah, blah. So these are the recording houses which are having the copyright ownership. What she did, first she re-recorded all of her songs. And the ownership which were there with the recording labels, media, changed to her. Now, she is the rock star, pop star. All her song belongs to her. She is the one who can give license to anyone. Second thing she did, she brought a kind of a provision, said, okay, anyone who want to play my song in the campus, you can visit my website, you can request a license. Earlier, people used to pay in Indian rupee, I'll say, at least 2 to 5 lakh rupee to get a performance of 5 songs. अब सर जिस टेक्फेस्ट का जो बजट यदि 5 करोड़ होता है उसके लिए 2 to 5 lakh rupees is not much money, right? But just imagine about a remote college somewhere in the rural part of Maharashtra or Karnataka or Tamil Nadu, 2 to 5 lakh rupees is a big amount because इनका entire budget 10 lakh होता है, right? So she said, okay, I will give you a unlimited a day license to play my song for only 10,000 rupees. Just imagine the lakhs of violations happening across India. Only one day they become legitimate. The college, the student union, They started writing on the social media, on the Twitter, we are authorized, we are officially playing Taylor Swift, tagging Taylor Swift her. And then she also, like, had kind of big team who's managing their, liking their tweets, liking their, and all these, these folks, she earned as a loyal member, loyal follower, and they become a fan. And then they propagated her name in a manner unprecedented. She earned kind of money. If you can calculate all the money she has earned, put it with all the previous rock stars together, she's just above them. Just imagine. And then the government realized, apart from that, there's something called performance right. Then the concept of performance right came into the picture in the United States. And hopefully that will come. And by the way, I got relief in the Ajit Singh matter only on the performance side, which is not specifically provided in the Indian Copyright Act. But I got the relief from the court under that. So this should not be covered under the fair dealing, and this is the violation. When the Ajit Singh he take a mic and he goes to the stage, everything which he does, it is his performance, and that is protected by performance right. So that cannot be, someone cannot record and replay the song somewhere else. So we got this. Little bit tricky. I will try to simplify anyway. Current challenge, yes, I have already discussed about this. Those who are online, you can see and read it, but there is a movie, Bollywood, not Bollywood, Tollywood, Bahubali 2. It was Bahubali 2, the conclusion. So, this movie when released, all these people, they were creating their that poster by their own and just releasing on handle just to have the more views. So Bollywood 2 producers, they had only 3 official posters. And on the social media, they have hundreds of thousands of posters, all created by their fan followers. So this is a challenge, how to stop these guys. Because they are blind. If you go to Tamil Nadu, you go to Kerala, you go to Karnataka, when the big stars movie releases, people pour thousands of liters of water, milk, complete siapa in Punjabi, completely chaos, anywhere around the world. Literally, being in North India, I was to amaze. How many liters of, and that state, again, that state, Tamil Nadu or Karnataka, has lot of guys who are not having 2 times food on the table. Just imagine. But in the name of stardom, anyway. Next slide, please. The emerging issues in AI and copyright. Yes, guys, this is the emerging issues. We are facing a very grave situation in India, and not only in India, around the world about the AI. The logo which you see is a ChatGPT brand. It's owned by OpenAI. OpenAI was the foundation which was not for profit, which was started by, anyone guess who was the person who started ChatGPT? The OpenAI. Okay. Anyway, so he is the one who started Tesla. You get it? No. Elon, yeah, Elon. He is now under fire to give a Nazi salute during the Trump, But people are saying that Nazi salute, that is a Roman salute. Anyway, that's a different question altogether. So Elon, along with the Sam Altman, they started the OpenAI Foundation that was not for profit. When the not-for-profit foundation was overtaken by Microsoft, they created the for-profit organizations. So anyway, things changed. The biggest problem right now, there are tools available, like I have mentioned a couple of tools, ChatGPT, Midjourney, DALI. People are aware. Those who are content creators, they are aware. And today, as on today, I am working on 3 different position papers of 3 different international organizations, where we are talking about the same question I have asked: who owns copyright? So this year in Yokohama, we are meeting for AIPPI annual meeting. One of the study questions we are going to debate and discuss and finalize is about who owns the copyright in the machine-generated art. Because the answer is not clear. The Act says nothing about it. Conduct says something else. So where is the boundary? So this is the biggest problem right now. Those content creator in India, somewhere in the beginning, I said or not, I don't remember. Around 80% of the content, 86% of the content which are created in India is a copyright violation. and that was some poll agency has created the data. I don't remember. I asked someone to put the reference to that number. I think they have not put. There's a reason it was brought down. I am very careful. If I give some number, I always provide the reference. If nobody is provide the reference, my office. Just a minute. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just keep looking her again and again. No, I think we have brought down the. Unofficially, someone says that in a poll, 80% content which are created in India is a copyright violated content. अब अभी क्या होता है इसमें, you have to understand whether it is a kind of a blackmail by the agencies, those who want to, like, get a license, get you to take a license or not. Since I haven't got the authentic link, so I haven't posted that particular poll result here. But one thing I'll tell you, those who are using ChatGPT paid version, along with the paid version, DALI, you get access up to DALI, right? DALI is the image generator. You give a donkey standing on a jeep, and when a donkey is standing on a jeep wearing goggle, and that picture which DALI was created, it was very, very, very close. I will not name the person, but so the question is that based on your metadata, based on your instruction, if the DALI is creating a image, so who's going to like own the copyright? So again, law says nothing about this. There is no guideline, so we are not sure what to make out of it. So right now, this is again debated question.
That images in our then how we put the copyright?
No, why you?
Created by like that.
You can give a reference, but
Like
why you want to?
That biorender for diagram drawing. Then we put like the images created by using biorender.com, and that below that image already one tagline is there.
But anyway, you are giving a reference to that particular tool.
Yes.
Secondly, that paper is published not for commercial reason, right?
Not for commercial.
That's okay. Then you are fitting properly in the 52 fair dealing. Yeah. Anyway, next is yeah, that's a question. That's not a question. That is a case happened just before the closing of the courts in the winter break, just before the Christmas. Delhi High Court, ANI Media. People may be knowing ANI Media. ANI basically is a company which is having a control of many media house together. It's a kind of one group which holds a stake in multiple news agencies. So they filed a case against the OpenAI, very specifically ChatGPT, in Delhi High Court, and they say that ChatGPT is reading the content, online content, all the news reporting which are available on the asktak.com, for example, yeah, economicstimes.com, and those data are used by the LLM models, large language model of the ChatGPT, of the OpenAI, and to provide the answers to the user. And somehow, when the answers is provided to the user, it involves some kind of a copyright element which belongs to them. So it is a clear-cut violation. They approached Delhi High Court, and Delhi High Court taking a cognizance of this particular effect. It is a big thing, by the way. If you understand from this perspective, I would say this is the biggest case ever happened in India in the copyright, because in the US, New York District Court is already fighting. Like there is a court case already. Like people are fighting in New York. This is between New York Times versus OpenAI, and this was filed in 2022 December, before 2023. Since last 2 years, and that case has thrown us a lot of questions. And that time, ChatGPT was not very much popular. I have a link to one of the article which I wrote early in 2023, when the ChatGPT things were not there very known publicly. I wrote about the ethical and societal complications and what is going to be societal implication of the OpenAI and all these tools. So, and after this, I wrote almost 2 years ago, this February, next month, it will be 2 years. I can see that I was bang on right. everything which I predicted, is right now happening. See, the OpenAI case, judge recognized the technicalities. He appointed two technical experts, two advocates who having a technical degree from abroad. They were appointed to help the court to decide this matter. The next hearing is 27 January, which is coming Monday. Those who want to watch out, because those who are into content generation, I must say, please note down this name: ANI Media versus Private Limited versus OpenAI, Delhi High Court, DSC 2024. Please keep like looking at this case. This is going to be a very, very important case. I'm sure you're going to learn a lot about this case. Next slide, please. So the biggest thing is about emerging issues is AI and copyright. AI, all these tools, ChatGPT, OpenAI and all, which we are seeing is basically artificial intelligence. And now you can see on the screen one of my case, Bombay High Court, Arjit Singh versus Audible Ventures and others. I think my guy has removed. And others include 37 defendants, 37. So there were total 38 defendants in that case. Audible Ventures is a company which was formed in Gujarat somewhere, Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad, and they are the one who started cloning the Arjit Singh voice and taking a benefit out of it. Those who follow, I don't. Those who follow Arjit Singh, you would have noticed one thing. You would have never seen him doing any kind of advertisement. He never appeared for any advertisement. And he said this when he was appeared personally before Justice Sagla in High Court. He said that I never do any endorsement. The reason being, I'm not sure about the product quality, or I don't believe in. So whatever I earn, I only earn through my songs. So my performance right is very dear to me. That is the only sole reason of income to him. If someone is going to violate that sole reason of income, he is going to be in problem, right? And though we do not have the performance right provision directly in the copyright law, but because of this, the court recognized that any kind of thing. So court has banned Audible Ventures along with 37 media house that companies, and given a direction to Google, to the YouTube, take down anything, everything. So you cannot, if you search today, you cannot find anything. Not only that, we also approached Wayback Machine, that is our internet archive. We removed everything, every song from the archive as well. So now if you search anything, you will not get any of the songs. I don't know if anyone get anything, please let me know. Okay, that is the misuse. Now this slide is a little bit different, but I have a title on the top. It says misuse. Misuse, you have to read as misuse. You cannot read as misuse. Right? So again, I'm here again after hearing from me. Guys, please let me know what do you think about this picture. I am giving one more opportunity before for newcomers. For newcomers. Yes, gentleman, what's the name? Sir, please sit.
Sir, presently I have filed one design registration related to AI.
सर ठीक है वो बाद बात करेंगे अभी डोंट गो आई आस्क यू आप बताएं
What do you think about it? I think she is photogenic. She always tries to take
Okay. Are you married, sir? Sorry? Okay. So when you go to see the girl before marriage, I mean, you look at her, right? You know, what do you see? No, ma'am, I may be laughing, but the answer, it is going to correlate with the misuse. Sorry, yes, sir.
We will think.
It's okay. See, we are informal. Today is the last session, and I am very informal, so you can say anything.
Okay, now I'm married.
There is no offer at all.
Ma'am, what do you think about that lady? Is she beautiful or not? Anything else?
Smile, this thing which is.
I can see some chat. Someone is answering in chat. Can you, sir, click the chat and see what people are saying?
Chat.
Without
So much good for this.
anybody's consent, someone used their photograph for the advertisement or create a content or like face replacement. Yeah, somebody put their like face replacement. So you can use like someone's face to do your advertisement or your product advertisement, etc.
So what's your name, sir?
Dr. Sharat Kamble from UK.
Okay, sir. Sorry, I have not used this for any advertisement purpose. This is only for the purpose of providing the information. And if you look at below, very small font, I have written image by a Reddit user AK611750. So AK611750 is the guy responsible for this, not me, sir. Okay, the next slide. So here comes the shock of your life. I'm quiet. Please read.
Yeah.
We are at a point, this is now, I'm getting serious now. All this Hasim Mazak is fine. We are at a point where the line between fake and real is absolutely invisible for a human eye. This concerns me personally. If you ask me, I ask myself, what are the reasons why people use mask on social media, for example? People prefer to have an avatar on their DP, for example, right? Or they put some cartoon character. Why? It is not about the deep fake. It is not about the content creation or looking good or looking bad. It has more societal implication. It has more other problem. It is no longer a technical problem. People are hiding their identity voluntarily. जानबूझ के कर रहे हैं. Why? People, if you see, if you are afraid, whatever the pictures, whatever the tour pictures, friends, girlfriend, wife, spouses pictures, or vice versa, they have put on the social media, and now those are misused by anyone, by any agency for the deepfake and all. Is that the debate is over because everything we have voluntarily. People are happy today, ma'am. We are using OpenAI free, ChatGPT is free, but you are paying a big price. You don't know. You are training a data model unknowingly. You are, whenever you write a question, you are actually training a data model. OpenAI is very helpful, very thankful to you. You are using not the free version to get the answers. Years of, I covered this, ma'am, in the last presentation. Years of research, years of development, scientific development goes down the drain when this AI tool came into the picture. People who are, okay, for me, for example, English is not my primary language. If I have some problem, I will correct it. But I have seen people who are not very confident, who can write well in English. They create something, they put on the tools to have a perfect English, but they don't know one thing. The moment you do, everything goes to the world, to the data model. If someone is working on same technology somewhere in the world, in Africa, let's say you are making a paracetamol tablet sitting in India, someone is also doing research on the paracetamol tablet in Mexico, coincidentally happening at the same time, you are the one who provided the composition detail, step A, B, C, D to get the paracetamol tablet, and you use that social media or these tools to get the content generated. And if your stars are not in good condition, that Mexican guy also get the answer without doing any research. He get ABCD. He's so fast. He goes to the patent office, file the patent application on the same day. You will be filing, of course, because you are the owner after a week, after 2 weeks. But when your application goes for the examination, they will come to know, oh my God, there is some prior publication happened in Mexico. People are not understanding this.
I was discussing about purchasing the plagiarism software. Same was told to my talented person who was giving that presentation. He told you once people upload the things on the free plagiarism checker on the internet, everything is stored in their database. And there is possibility that this data can be stolen and can be published before.
Exactly. Yes, 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 you are right. So this is the danger is real. People are not understanding. All the content creator who are content creator or who are willing to be content creator, please, this is the kind of warning situation. Please be careful before using internet to get the original idea out in the public. Be careful. Yeah, you browse the internet, you get the inspiration, then you work on your matter personally, but don't use blindly the social media. She is the very fine example. I was amazed when this case study came to me. This one came to me before our previous lecture. This was came to me in November. I zoomed this picture. I had a LG picture of this girl. I zoomed to 1200 levels. Even the pixel levels of the image is like amazing. I mean, you cannot see this is machine generated. Then the come mathematics. I have covered in the next slide. Then come the mathematics. Then mathematics, people have used the Fourier transformation in Broad Institute in Oxford. And they said, okay, the edges, the skin outer layer, the Fourier transformation frequency is not matching. Thereby, it is AI generated. So it is too technical. It is too technical. Even a mathematician like me, I have a formal degree. Go to the next slide, please. So I tried, getting this response from the Broad Institute, and I put here. So the very first point, how the Fourier that transformation analyze and reveals the additional insight into this image is about the blurred soft texture, right? The uniform frequency distribution. Basically, this second point is more appealing to me. If you read the real photos, the frequency spectrum typically has more noise and less uniformity. And this picture has the perfect pitch, perfect uniformity, which is where people says that, okay, this is, and then I was very, very hopeless after knowing she is not real. But I look at, yes, man, I'm not joking. I mean, and this is kind of warning signal as well. This is, next slide, please. So those who are not aware about the Fourier transform, how AI direction analysis happened. So this is the image taken by, I have not provided the link, but you search broad spectrum, broad institute, you will come to know. So, and then they have generated a final vector from this particular image, and then they conclude, okay, this is likely to be AI generated. I kept purposefully all the picture of lady are top and the Fourier transform and below, and on the left, I have provided my point. But this is extraordinary. This is extraordinary. This is where we have reached a level which we never thought we will reach. So it is like really not possible to think about where this is going to stop. Next slide, please. Content, no, just one more. Yeah, this is more personal. This is not for the public, but I thought I'm just going to talk my head out of it. So let me. I'm going a little bit philosophical here. So what I personally believe, the focus solely is not only on the differentiating between the real and fake. It is more like we have to prepare for the future where we have to say where the content lie. What is the content? What is the purpose of content? What is the purpose and impact, rather than whether it is original or not? This question we have to ask ourselves, and the answer lies there. When you understand there are societal implications about this kind of content creation, then the moment it hits you, then your head become heavy. Then your head will become heavy. It's really very loud thinking. I kept thinking about this, how often we link authenticity with the identity. Now, when I was loud thinking, then I did some research, and I have added one more slide, which I added from yesterday. That's the reason I forwarded my slide. I got some kind of, maybe I'm covered on this. Yeah. Let me provide another talk. Again, coming back to the passport. Okay, newcomers, what do you think about this passport? Ma'am, what do you think about this image? Yes, ma'am. Anything else you can see? Not interested. Okay, all right. So next slide will provide you a sort of your another life. Is about, look at the quality. This particular passport never exists in real. This is completely, this entire table on which this backdrop of black backdrop, probably internet keyboard. Passport is around 165, 70 degree open, and then the picture. And the creator makes sure there is a shadow of a smartphone on the picture, which will give you, yes, ma'am, you are right, which will give you an idea. Someone taking a photo. Yes. But this entire picture, 100% it is AI generated. 100%. Look at the credit in the below. Image by LinkedIn user, Kaushal Samchik. He is a Russian guy, not Russian, Ukrainian guy, residing in UK. And when I was researching for the solution, how to authenticate, how to differentiate between authentication and identity, then I got this. Then I also got some more things. So this was added at the last moment. But the point is, what I'm trying to say, I mean, I'm amazed. People think in that particular dimension. But they have also considered when you take a picture from a smartphone, there will be shadow. They go to that length. So if you go to that length, Estonia, I searched about the Estonian passport. There are many passports, copy of passport available on internet. And from every angle, you cannot see this passport is fake. See, it's from Estonia, a country which is on the border of Finland. I mean, this is like literally. Now this leads to a question of what is the personally identifiable information which we are going to provide. When the Geo provided a free SIM in India, I have seen people like standing in the line to get the free SIM. People talk on the phone in the local train, Aadhaar card on their back panel and showcasing everything like this. Like this, I have seen many people like having the Aadhaar card. We don't take our privacy seriously. It's not the Indian culture, I get it. But where we are heading? Where we are heading? Just look at this. This is the question I'm asking to the content creator, the future content creator, where we are heading. Look at this. Are you also going to be complicit of this kind of a development? Then what is the answer? Answer lies somewhere. The Aadhaar, OTP based things. I am in Riyadh. My office getting call from robot who talking in my tone of pitch. He called me my account department and he said that robot was saying this is a real incident happened in October last year. Oh, I'm stuck in Riyadh. My cards are not working. Can you transfer 34,000 US dollar? That means the person knows how many foreign currency I'm holding my account. And my accountant, he was busy. He was disturbed whole day. In the evening, he said, "Sir, I have already done that. OTP ka just key I have to put in." Then he realized I travel almost every second minute I'm out of India. I never asked my account in these many years to send me money. I have many cards, credit cards. I carry ample cash. And then I have friends around the world. If I need money, I can take it. Then I would have lost to AI robot who spoke in my tone. My accountant couldn't recognize I am not on other side. These things have gone to that level. Can you imagine? What you see in the image is not exception. Next, please. So yeah, the modern KYC, how it's going to work? We are very happy to provide the OTP or go to put the thumb impression to get the biometrics done. Those who are listening to me today, online and offline folks, and if you agree, I will say one thing. At least go to the KY, that's UID website, and from there cancel your thumb, that authentication by thumb. What the first thing. I am very high technical guy. If you have a serious if you don't have a kind of a comfortable, you are not comfortable with my advice, go look at my profile, look at the work I have done in past, then probably you take my advice seriously. But one thing, go to the UID website, cancel the thumb authentication. First thing, it can lead to many things which you may not be knowing. One thing is that after that, next slide please, I have got couple of such solution. which is not basically related to today's talk, but I wanted to provide this information to audience. There are people who are working on the next level. यदि कोई चोर है तो उससे बड़े भी लोग हैं, those who are like thinking about how to defeat these guys in their own game. Another thing is coming out, what I can see. I read about the biometric method, and then they are trying to infuse the DNA. So every time, let's say you are going to authenticate yourself, passport, retina, thumb impression, your hair, anything which can be copied. Now there are devices proposed by the Oxford, by the university in Ghent. Ghent is in Belgium. I am going next month. They are saying there will be devices infused with your DNA. So every time you have to authenticate yourself, the device will authenticate with your DNA. Otherwise, there are no means to know whether you are real or fake. There is no means, no internet, no protocol is going to save anyone. So that is a new thing. Columbia new software can verify someone identity by their DNA minutes. You can see the kit below. That is the prototype, I could say. But the ultimate device will come. Device will be like this much.
Give our identity as a biometric or our regular attendance process.
Yes, ma'am. One guy had caught in the one guy, I'll tell you, one guy has caught in RK Puram, New Delhi, in ONGC building. He got around 8, 9, rubber stamp where he has got his colleagues, fingerprint, stamp by that stamp. And after his authentication, he put everyone attendance. And there are guys who are doing it for everyone. Have you read that news on media or paper? Because DOT was like brought into picture, and they know what happens. Something also happens to the south building of defense department. Then they stopped. Biometric attendance is stopped right now in defense department. It is dangerous. Ma'am, you are a little bit below the hierarchy. Ma'am, now see the passport kept on a desk and created in a kind of manner. So anything can be happened. Anything can happen.
Yes, sir. Here I would like to share one more thing. We have got the ATM card from the bank, right? And they written on that pocket the PIN code, whatever is the ATM PIN, that should be known to the owner only, those who are having this ATM PIN. In that case, if the owner is only know the PIN code, how can machine know the PIN code? What's right says that the PIN should be known to the owner. We are going to the ATM, we are inserting the card and putting our PIN. That is known to us. How come machine know my PIN code?
But no, machine doesn't know anything. There are ways how to authenticate. Yeah.
But in that case,
you want to answer? I can answer.
Behind the card. When we set our PIN, they remember the black strip program.
No, but there is no security or what we can say safety. As the bank said that the PIN is only for known to the owner only. नाही ते मला सगळं माहिती आहे पुढचं परंतु
how machine authenticate this is right.
Not only machine, system also remember that.
Because sir, as per the rights,
we have to enter.
No, as per the rights, as per the act only, by law only. They said that this PIN should be known by the owner only.
That's
It is only for the B. Then how machine know?
Machine doesn't know anything, sir. Machine is only validating data which is provided by you, set by you, and the real time inputting. So what he said, the chip or the black strip is a magnetic field. In the entire magnetic field, there is a particular segment, not entire black strip, segment which is reversible, which is like, which is like floppy disk. You can rearrange, right? There you put when you set the pin, when you re-enter for confirmation, that rearrange the earlier pin and enter the new pin.
But
when you insert
4 digits, how many times I can?
Listen now, when you put in the ATM inside, so machine doesn't do anything. He collect the input, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. He checked whether, and 1, 2, 3, 4 before transferring to machine, it converted into binaries, right? And then it checked with the your magnetic tape information. If it matches, then only it proceeds further. It's a very old technology, by the way. Yeah, yeah. Anyway. Anyone have any question?
Sir, I'm having one question.
Yes, please, sir.
Because in last month my patent was granted. And
Very
related to
congratulations.
device for the isolation of microbes.
Mhm.
So what I had done, I had prepared one pen, multi-purpose pen. In our microbiology, we are using 4 different tools. One is spreader, second is forceps,
Mhm.
third is straight needle, and
Mhm.
fourth is
Please, yeah. So that many are online also, no? Yeah.
So what I had done, I had integrated these 4 things, just like a pen, and but only integration is not the novelty. So what I had done, I had also attached one thumb sensors. So thumb sensors will, everyone have their own identity of thumb impression. So no one can use that pen because it is attached with that thumb impression. When I'm going to touch this, then it will get open and the tools will come outside. But I'm facing one problem that the size of that pen is like a jumbo tube.
I get
And
it.
so that's why I need help regarding to it. Technical, how to commercialize it, how to popularize it.
Okay.
And recently, in last week, I had submitted and as well as participated in state level Avishkar Research Convention also. Unfortunately, I'm not selected because they want that how you are going to commercialize.
Those things are immaterial, whether selected or not.
So
Yeah.
my question is how we can use AI, especially in microbiology and biotechnology, especially in life science, because every time there is a change. Bacteria complete their life cycle in 4 phases: lag, log, stationary, and death phase. So their cell number will vary. In lag phase, number is stationary. In log phase, number is going to be increased. Again, in stationary phase, number is constant, and in death phase, there is a decline of cell number. So
I can answer. You want to answer right away? So basically, there are ways. Sorry, there are ways and there are tools which are already available. One thing I would suggest you have a look at the patents which are filed by Oppo, Oppo company, which talks about partial thumb impression, encryption and decryption technology. What they do, you have seen that, to this for everyone, just to, I hope you understand this question, right? So anyone who want to register, nowadays you have seen that the very first time mobile phones are having their sensor collector here. Now look at the tiny size, how they do it. So you have to rotate your thumb in a different direction, and every time you do that, it captures each part on your. You can see the progress on your screen, right? This part, that part, ऐसे करते करते करते. When you reach 100%, your entire thumb is reconstructed and saved in the memory of the phone, right? And when you open the phone next time, any part which was reconstructed by the machine to create an entire thumb matches, it opens the phone. Answer lies there. I'm not a researcher, sir. If I would have at your place, I would have done that. Yeah. But the danger is you have to pay royalty to Oppo to use that patent. Then you have to come up with your own way to collect the partial information. That's where I can also help you, but not today. Anyway, all right, yeah. Okay, see, yes, ma'am. Yes, please. AI technology. No, I can speak whole day on this. There is no solution, only problem. Yeah, only problem. AI, TikTok, when happened to this world, sorry, unfortunately, I'm the council about TikTok. When the TikTok happened to this world, when I started looking those, rural folks are making a TikTok videos, I said, this is not a boon, but this is a bane to the industry. The kind of things people are doing on TikTok, that same impact is going to create AI on our lives. The positive impact and the positive use of the AI will be done by the folks like him, who will be advancing the research to use the power to do the analysis, which happens to take a years, now convert into transform into a minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You would have read around 2 weeks ago, Google has launched a quantum chip. That quantum chip is, read that? The quantum chip size, if you look at the size on the scale, centimeter scale size, is 3.5 centimeter by 3.5 centimeter, is a quantum chip. It is capable of executing and solving the problem which can be done and solved by a normal computer like i5 machine, i7, in 7 years and many months. That quantum chip that does it in 10 minutes. I'm telling you, a computer chip of like a laptop, let's say i7, it takes 7 years continuously. You have to run entire day, 24 into 65, 365 into 7 to get the result, which was calculated and done by this chip in just 10 minutes. This is the power. People who want to use AI to supplement the results, supplement the research, they use that. Cancer medicines, the sequence, the DNA analysis are, bioinformatics. That's where the AI tools are very, very much important. I have seen a research. Just a minute. I'll just switch off my mobile. I have seen the research. Maybe Columbia University. Sorry. Please don't write. It may be Columbia or Harvard. They have detected a possibility of occurrence of a breast cancer 5 years ago, only because of AI. It detected a kind of abnormality which happens whenever anyone gets a breast cancer. So there are like different. Again, I'm a high-tech attorney. Sorry to say, please excuse my technical stuff. But what I read in the white paper, they said that when someone has the breast cancer, there are some changes that started happening in body. The moment all these hormones start acting together, they create a bind. That bind is machine is able to differentiate and identify the bind after multiply with the cell, then cell create a dead cell. That cell is become a 1 point of cancer, and in order to 1 point to become a actual breast cancer, it takes around 5 years. AI is able to predict and differentiate, and there is simple cause of those kind of a problem, like eating a paracetamol, having a paracetamol tablet to relieve the fever. You take a small tablet which costs just 1 rupee and you get away. Just imagine. This is the power of AI.
Yesterday we discussed about this, that how cancer is going to be created using AI and how they get the personalized vaccine for that. That also we discussed in the morning session. So it is something which is like.
Okay, I hope.
Sir, if everything is going to be under control, then what is the use of our brain?
We are going to operate the machine.
But sir, we are habitually.
You can see it there.
But I am writing a law. I am making a law to regulate the AI.
Sir, 20 years back, there was, I think, typing machine was there.
Yes.
The chances of error was very less because they know if you type any alphabet, then again we have to repeat whole draft. Now in computer, anytime we can change the draft, and because of which the chances of perfection is reduced. It's my own observation.
Yeah, you are right.
So just like that, if you are using AI in everything, then people will be totally dependent on that technology.
So tell me one thing. I asked the question: if a machine is taking a 7 years,
against of AI.
No, not about against. I have to understand. If machine is taking a 7 years to calculate some calculation, if the chip is able to do in 10 minutes, will you not reluctant to use that chip?
Definitely.
See, you have to weigh in, right? The consequences plus advantage. So what I see, those applications which are created to clone the Ajit Singh voice, or clone Jackie Sraf Bidu, the dialogue, or to or to like yeah. I have a slide I think on that.
But even for cartoon, they are using voice of different actors.
Yeah. So everything. So those are the applications are bad. So that's the reason there need to be some law to regulate those things. But you cannot hinder the progress of the AI. It takes AI is जो है वो अभी नहीं आया. In my previous slide, ma'am, when we were there in Saraf College, I covered the evolution. I started 1940 से 1940 1940 से AI evolution. I showcase them कैसे development हुआ. So AI is not a new phenomena. Now new phenomena is what we are able to see the application of AI.
Yes.
Because right now we are not able to see the quantum mechanics, quantum computer application. The Google chip is one of the example. That is a very rare example. But when the quantum computers become normal, like this kind of a tool, i5, i7 machine, you will see tremendous change happen in society.
Because now it is part of common person.
Yes.
On one side, the population of human is increasing, and the work एक्चुअली इन कंप्यूटर कंपनीज के बारे में एक प्रॉब्लम है कि एआई बेस्ड वो सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करते हैं, उनके लिए ह्यूमन पावर का जरूरत नहीं है। एंड हियर पॉपुलेशन इज इंक्रीजिंग, बहुत सारे बच्चे डिग्री लेके बाहर जा रहे हैं और उनका जॉब सिक्योरिटी का भी प्रॉब्लम है। सो इन दैट केस
So let's keep it for other session. We are digressing, but I will answer. I would like to answer. So whenever someone come to my office, I didn't ask any question. You know what? I'll tell you the one, since you asked 30-second answer. I asked a lady, the gentleman or man, to lady to answer, rather answering me any question, just write a paragraph about yourself. Engineer degree with the BTech, sir, they cannot write a simple, normal paragraph in English. What I should do with these guys? The world is better behind without these engineers. I'm also engineer. No offense to any engineer, but those who cannot write in themselves. Okay, forget about English. I said, you know Hindi, you know Kannada, write in yourself about Kannada. Abhi sir बताएं अभी. Let's say that is because there's a debate for a separate thing. So this is anyway. This is a paper which I wrote. I highlighted February 2023, 28. I have listed around 10-15 stuff, and almost 9 things have happened so far. So those who are interested, knowing about the ethical and societal implications, you can go just key in this particular keyword and put my name. You will get the paper. Yeah. Anyway, next slide, please. Legal and ethical consideration. I think I have discussed about this. Oxford University, but Rameswari photocopy services. Copyright debates over education photocopying in Delhi University. It happened, you know what, this case. When the council were appearing before judge, when the council were appearing before the judge, he said, sir, we forgot to bring the Xerox copy. We forgot to bring the Xerox copy. Just said, Sanjay Narula, just said that you are counsel and you yourself, like, you know, rather saying a photocopy, you are saying Xerox copy, right? And not only that, in the argument, he also in the brief also. So that is the state of the thing right now in India. You go to the photocopy machine, very rarely you will see photocopier. You will see Xerox. यहाँ Xerox होते हैं. You are actually brand ambassador of Xerox.
Yes. Even for the water, give it this leg.
We have lithographic. Don't call Xerox.
So this is a recent case happened with the Adi Sankara Acharya the cartoon series. You know, the website name I have given beta.campedrun.com. CAMPEDERRUN.com. So basically, in this Amar Chitra Katha, this particular, those who are from 80s, 70s, they know 90s also, kid. So you know that, no? Amar Chitra Katha. So here, like, you know, now the cartoons also coming as a PDF. One person is buying and then sending to the groups. One group is having more than 800, 900. Just imagine about the content creator, what will happen to them. So the issue was brought to the court, and then there was, like, I have picked certain points. So from the content creation perspective, like, you know, how your content can easily be copied and spread around the world. This is a very nice example, you know. Court says that unauthorized sharing of the ACK PDF brings up serious legal and ethical issues. Abhi the court के लिए क्या issue है? Court is bound by the law. It has to decide the matter within the boundary of law. So there are no segments, there are no provisions in the law which provide any intimation of notice via WhatsApp. But abhi court has allowed verbally, okay, please service this to counsel. The counsel is not reachable. Okay, service their WhatsApp number. These are the liberty taken by the courts nowadays. Courts are not there is no provision in the CPC in the new amended act where the serving has to be done by the registered post. Now it has been allowed via email, now via WhatsApp also. If you have a double tick and in the blue color, that means copy is served. I'm talking about Delhi High Court. Yes, I'm talking about Delhi High Court. So the escaping route is almost closed, but still. So what does it means? It means that there is no provision in the law, but still court is also modifying and recognizing the kind of legal challenges people are facing in the technical advancement. So they are allowing councils to do that. So here also court is understanding how to stop this kind of a PDF distribution on the internet, on WhatsApp or what's the name? Other one?
Telegram.
Telegram. Yes, Telegram. Telegram. So these are the ethical consideration. If you buy a magazine on internet, you are supposed to read by yourself only. You shouldn't be sending. Let's say you are sending to a spouse's spouse. Sorry, not sorry. You are sending to spouse or to your children for some information purpose. Again, as per the law, the boundary had to decide. Maybe once the fair rule will be amended, it can be valid. It can be not infringement, but you said shouldn't be certainly sending it to 1,000 people across the world. So to the misuse of AI, so people easily recognize this AI robot, but this is a replica of the girl. So what happened when this robot have the human-like skin and hair and eyes? So this image is I have not used maybe I have taken from Columbia or Harvard. Most of my research is limited to Columbia, Harvard, because there the chances of mistakes are minimized. They only put to that correct information. I also don't do the background check before propagating information to others. So next slide, please. I have already covered this OpenAI ANI news. This is a recent thing happened, and 27th January is the next hearing, and this is a most important case to watch out for. From the content creation perspective, you will be seeing how the landscape is changing in India. I am particularly very much relying on this case. One of my colleague, he has been appointed as amicus curiae. Amicus curiae is the legal word. It is known as the friend of the court to help the court to decide. Others, he is a good guy. Got a master from Columbia. Very nice and amazing guy. So I really looking forward to have this case, because somewhere I feel that this is also going to on the same path where the New York Times versus OpenAI is going in New York district. So please, if those who are into this particular profession, please watch out for any updates. If you have any question, you can write to me. I can answer any question on this. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think by the way of examples, I have mentioned this particular case a couple of times. So this slide I have given to provide little bit more contextual information about the case. So the tool which I was saying, AI tool, it was used by the create. You won't be getting a certificate for today's participation.
By law.
By law. And I'm not going to hand over to them. Sorry, I'm just joking. Sorry. AI tools. So unauthorized use of the main context of this. Let's go back. The main context of content of this particular case is like unauthorized use of a author without the use. So AI cloning and those tools, availability of tools in the public at large was a different question. But the question was whether the defendant says that is there any specific law which regulate the use of AI generated content? Actually, there is no law. So, and there is no law prohibit any person to regulate, to stop anyone to clone the AI generated voice and to propagate. Then the defendant counsel has posed this question to judge: on what basis you are going to penalize me? And the bravery of the defendant lawyer is that he asked the question just before the judgment. I was there in the court. I mean, I was amazed, because India is a common law country. There are some laws which are not, if it is not available directly, you can take cognizance of other common law country like UK, Australia, and you can bring the limitations. But yes, to the valid point which was raised by the defendant counsel, I agree that there is no any provision, no any safeguard, there is no any regulation which prohibits such thing. That's the reason I personally, as a group, also I have requested Government of India to amend the law, without which there is no other hope. Yeah, so ultimately this case was decided and judge was fluxed on this particular point. Then he referred to the personality rights which was there in the UK. UK is also a common law country, and from there, like, he brought the limitation here. Okay, urges things stays right when the moment he take a mic and he come to the stage without saying a word, his performance right act start, and anything thereafter is also part of that performance right act. So the other thing, there is one point, important point, which I would like to now differentiate here. Arjit Singh created a playback song in the studio. These companies were not penalized by the Bombay High Court for those playback song recording. These companies were recognized. Just imagine if I was that devil's advocate, I would have used Arjit Singh song which was not performed publicly, only the playback songs. Then I would have a escape route. But unfortunately, again, होता है ना कि दिमाग में तो होती नहीं चीजें. And they used those songs. क्या नाम था उसका? The movie that Kareena Kapoor versus not versus. नहीं, another movie, ma'am. Shahid Kapoor. Jab We Met. There is a sad song. That is the first song that it was cloned. Yes, Aoge Jab Tum something. And then couple of more songs which were sang by Ajay Singh not only in India, in UAE, in London. So those songs were also covered by the Performance Right Act. And that also came to our relief. Again, I had two very energetic young colleagues from Nasim Munji Law College. And these new girls, they have very energetic things. They search out everything, whatever things are performed on stage or not, and around the world. And our job was very easy. Just we put forward this word, and then actually we fed this informational judge, and this just passed the order. It was a very well executed strategy, but we know that one thing. Even though we got a relief in this case, this is not going to stop anything. Unless until there should be any amendment in the law to bring such kind of a change.
Maybe there is some work going on this.
And those are things we can.
We need it, no?
Yeah, we need it. Yeah. Bidu. Yeah. So that is a store. That is a store. It's called Peppy Store. They generated exactly same the way Jackie Sraf Jaggu Dada. He used to say Bidu. And that is a tool which was brought down by Delhi High Court, which pronounced Bidu, and this was used by a company to sell beauty products. I don't understand why a company used the word Bidu to sell a beauty products, but anyway, amazing world, amazing people. And then someone else also did that for some advertisements. Then the court says that, Jackie Sraf, Jackie, Jaggu, Dada, Bidu, all these things are the performance personality right of Jackie Sraf. It cannot be used in any manner whatsoever by any person for any commercial activity, non-commercial activity as well. So the fair use also gone. Yes, sir.
But how this act, how that Jackie Sraf claim on these words?
Do you know, ma'am, how many classes are there in trademark law? Of course, you don't know. 45 class.
How one can?
I'm answering the question indirectly to give example so you understand. And those who are concerned about the commercial, those who are smart, they know they have more value on off stage than on stage, right? Like Virat Kohli. This guy hasn't done anything his last 5 years, if you look at the performance. But what people say that I don't follow cricket anyway. That's true also, right? But look at the advertisement, look at the revenue he's making. He's making someone has quantified. He's making 7 crore per day. Just not playing cricket. Just he's roaming with his wife somewhere in Alaska. He's earning 7 crore per day. Now tell me why he need to play cricket and he toil hard in the field to face 300 ball to like make a century. What is the need? The point is, I was coming to that to answer your question. Example: there are 45 classes in trademark law. Class 1 to 35 is the product. 35 onwards is the services. So basically, why I'm telling this, there is a hero in Bollywood industries. His name is Shahrukh Khan, SRK. One day he went to trademark registry. He filed trademark for all the 45 class. So now what does it mean? It means that you cannot make Hawaii chappal with SRK name. You cannot make underwear. We cannot make shampoo. You cannot make medicine. You cannot make masala. I mean, you cannot make anything or sell any services with the word SRK.
Right.
I'm going to that. No? Yes, you are very energetic to. So the point is, he said, I am famous. I understand my commercial value. Someone might use my short name SRK to push his business interest, which shouldn't be allowed. In the trademark law, it's called piggy riding. Matlab you are riding on someone's reputation to make a success. So you are actually using SRK name to make a successful venture out of it.
Again, it is related to money.
Yeah, of course. If you, I cannot see any temple in India. His name is SRK temple. There may be SRK temple by the fans or by any masjid mosque where the SRK mosque. So people who do that, people do that only for the commercial purpose. Yeah, because if there is no commercial purpose, why you will? Yes. Did I answer the question, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can we drink just online folks? We are drinking tea, so you're also free to go to loo and have tea. Last year in November, the European Parliament has passed the AI Act, and that is implemented across all the AI jurisdictions. All the European jurisdictions. Each country has to abide by that. So the law provides a provision to classify any tool on their matrix system. So highly dangerous, good, okay. And then basis that government recommends to act. So there are actually provisions. There are safeguards being placed.
That's not like European countries are doing.
Sir, अभी बहुत सी जरूरत थी. So the content creator, so from that perspective, you have to understand your right. The copyright, I think I need not to mention this. Copyright Act provides you a teeth to give you an exclusive right over your creation, in any form. and then the creators right under the Copyright Act is like, they provides you a reproduction right, then provide you a distribution right, adaptation and the moral rights. The moral rights is one of the more lucid, more adaptable rights, which is really, it can be expanded as per the requirement of the law. But yeah, this also give you a kind of a fallback option in case of any harmful activities, right? Just to let you know, the copyright typically lasts for the creator lifetime in India, and then once creator dies, 60 years from the date of death, and all the benefits of royalty and all can be enjoyed by the legal heirs. So the best practice for avoiding infringement, as I mentioned earlier, I didn't have a link, so I had taken down the number. But as per some poll in India, at least 6% of the content is copyright infringed content in India. So use the public domain works. I mean, there are like, we say when we copy any image, Google says that this image can be copyrighted, but we don't give any hint to that. Please careful. There are many websites. For example, I use when I go to when I want to use some kind of images rather than creating my own images on generative AI. I go to FreePic, FREEPIK. Yeah, you go to FreePic. There are many tools available. Copy left. There is a copyright, then copy left. Then there are many images available. Please use that. Those images are created by content creators, those who don't want to enforce their right. FreePic is my go-to choice. Yeah, copyleft is like, again, the repository of images. Yeah. Yep. Leverage, no, I have not covered this last point. Just go to back. Yeah, this is most important. I don't know why people do that. You are a teacher, you are a professor, you are a researcher. There is no harm to write to a content owner to write and seek like their permission. I have not seen whenever I have written to any researchers. For example, I do a lot of research while doing a patent litigation or drafting, and sometimes the papers are not available. I request the inventor to to procure the paper. Sometimes inventors belong to universities or some places where they do not have access. Then I write to the researcher, and out of 100, I got 100 times. They copied, download, and send entire article. Not only that, they also send the references. So there's no harm. There is no harm to seek a permission before using the work. Using the work. I read a book when I was in engineering. It is about the computer networks. The author, he was Dennis. His name was Tenenbaum. I don't remember. I think Derek or Dennis. Anyway, his last name was Tenenbaum. There was a mistake in the book. While reading, I realized that, but I was not confident enough. I think like how an author can make a mistake. I wrote to author after 15 years. Once I understand, I have command over myself, my work, and there is a mistake. And you know what? The most amazing thing happened in last 15 years. That book was published many times. Nobody corrected. Nobody wrote to the author, and I was very thankful. And I have that email, print out and put in my framed in my office. Believe me, these guys are more than happy to help you. They're more than happy to to provide the content. And there is nothing is required. Just to seek a simple, you have a modesty to ask for their permission. So please ask. You can say that you are a struggling content writer, content creator. You don't have money to buy this. And I'm sure, and you will have your ways to get into this. Next.
Many times we need research papers and the access is not there with our university. So we ask our friends who are working outside or we ask some person who has that access.
I advise her not to do that. In my last meeting, consider a fair use because that license is authorized to that university. If you are not legally employee or related to that university, you shouldn't be have. Then yes, you can do that.
Like we ask
But
your tag
that-
friends or NCL friends.
That can be done because we are not using the commercial purpose.
ना ना सर ऐसा नहीं है
We are
See,
not giving credit to them.
yeah थोड़ा सा केयरफुल रहिए just be little bit careful things are little bit gray not always in black and white but it's like nothing wrong just you can take a permission yeah ma'am I told to sir then told me there is a concept of e-library which is provided by the government of India so probably this kind of problem will be solved.
But there are few.
Read the papers, we don't need. That is there now. But earlier, what we used to do is, we used to ask for friends. But many a times it happens, the person who is at the other side, that person will tell us, we are not authorized to give the thing. So that's why I have done that. I have asked the researcher directly, or I have taken it from the publisher itself.
That is a fair use that is like okay yeah that's fine.
Some sites like
I have yes.
using that
Grey literature website is
UI or the link.
and anyone can download the papers. Paid versions.
Okay.
We are giving
But that is
reference,
absolutely.
No?
we are providing the reference of that paper now while writing article.
Mhm.
If they are copying an image, they are properly giving credit to them.
For image, you need to take
Yes,
permission.
permission. Right,
From
permission.
permission from the publisher. For image, we need to take permission from publisher.
But even to
Sci
read
Hub,
also.
like Sci Hub is something which is really a kind of.
Grey literature website.
Is it a very illegal thing to do?
But still,
We do
many
it,
of the
but it is
researchers are
illegal
strong.
thing.
We do it. We use style. That's why.
Even some of the research article
So
page.
it is not available.
Yeah.
Down.
Grey literature website.
Sir, see, I mean, I don't have a direct answer. The reason is my ignorance. I'm not aware about the SIA because I don't use it. But I will, yeah.
It is going on itself. There is no any.
Which case, ma'am?
Decision about it. Sci Hub versus,
Okay, okay.
just go through that, sir, and please,
Let
have
That
your
will be
opinion.
one example.
And let us know about that.
उसमें प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पे आता है पता है साहब से जब डाउनलोड करते हो ना बाय डिफॉल्ट उसमें डेट ऑफ रिट्रीवल रहता है ये याद रखना whenever you are downloading from the actual
Such a case about SIA versus for the copyright protection.
From
Just
that side,
club
date of
search it. I'll have a look at the Monday in office.
which is from the literature website.
So it is called as grey literature website.
I have sent a direction, otherwise I will जाऊंगा to my secretary. So anyway, something is there. I will come to know on Monday. Be careful. Just be careful because all the research, all the things we are doing it fairly covered under research part of the Section 52 of the Copyright Act, which is you are allowed to, but just to be sure, you shouldn't be other side of the law. Creative Commons is like one of the most popular, you might be knowing, right? Use that to use the content online. And then tools are and resources in India, which I have provided. Probably you know that, if anyone. I find this like Copyscape is pretty good. You can use this, and the copyright management tool RightsLine. Basically, RightsLine is just have a look at it. Yeah, personally, I feel that I don't do much. When I was working on my book on the AIN patents, then I used this Copyscape for the book. It was good, yeah. The future of copyright. I am about to end my presentation. I was warned by madam to finish on time, so I am just proceeding towards that. I feel that blockchain for the copyright management is required. In India also, we have a fair such kind of application in US where they have maintained a blockchain just to make sure the copyright, the ownership should be preserved in a block. So it is a very, very easy way to make it tamper-proof and transparent to everyone. And then it can be like helpful in copyright dispute where there is dispute of the ownership of the authors. It can be done. Maybe I have already submitted these provisions, these helpful comments to the government of India. I'm not sure whether they're going to pay any heed or not. Transparent ownership. One thing I personally feel that creators should be allowed to secure their register their work and like, whenever you file, I don't know how many you have prior experience of filing copyright. Whenever you do that, copyright registry asks you to create a assignment document. I mean, for example, if your company doing it, the copyright protection for yourself, then you have to assign your right to copyright to the company before filing copyright. So all things are there. There are not no clarity. These provisions now, sir, you own a company, right? And he is a content creator. I understand he works for you by the way of the employment. All the IP belongs to you. But the same provision is also extended to the individual creator. Now tell me, what is the justification? If I am the creator, I am the owner, I have to assign my right to myself. This is a funny way how the registry works. So I said to the registry, I gave the input to bring more transparency. That's the thing I can see is going to change in 25, 26. Let's hope for the best. Next slide, please. AI and copyright reform, this is the most important challenges, and I'm looking forward to have the fair use section amended by the government of India. Some more penal provisions should be there for handle the AI infringements, and very clear cut direction who owns the copyright in case of the art is created by machine. This is supposed to be a personal and secure communication, but this is going to be a kind of informational session. So I can just read one line. I have received yesterday night from one of the on this aspect, just to tell you how the world is going. He is the advisor to the Canadian government, and Alfred Machino. He's an Italian, but he's staying in Canada. He's writing to our organization AIPPI in Switzerland. He says that the draft is why I'm reading this. I'll tell you the reason. He says that there are also some issues in the draft response that have not yet been fully studied by the AIPPI, for which the policy direction of AIPPI remains yet unclear. There are several very categorical statements, specifically on the page number 4, blah, blah, that's not important, where using copyright work to train AI model without consent would constitute infringement. So the government is trying to create a provision where if you have a permission from the author, you can use the data to train the AI model, which is contrary to the WTO provisions and to other countries where such kind of information is there. So now see that he's written a very, very long email. Then he said, like, Dev, why don't you provide the summary of the question, which is we have completed in 2019 in London, AI and copyright, and the authorship in 2022, 2020 in Zurich, inventorship and invention made by AI, and then 2020 IP rights in AI, and 2021 inventive steps and sufficiency of disclosure in AI invention. These are important tools to understand and create a proper guideline so that creators, copyright generator can get benefit and can be directed properly. Now, see, this is important to understand. The voice which I am providing here and creating a very clear-cut opining here is also a voice is happening coming out of West, coming from the bigger organization like AIPPI. So I cannot see any reason where the government is not going to amend the law, rather providing the safeguarding or some kind of a regulation policy by the way of the guideline, which the present government is doing it in almost in all the income tax matters without actually amending the income tax, in doing the GST without amending the GST Act, and that's that they already have done in the Indian patency law as well. So I am fearing for the worst, but I'm hoping still for the good. Maybe the copyright law will be amended to handle this kind of a scenario here. Next slide, please. I think I'm done. Oh, yep. There is some silver lining.
That's something ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT is also getting the information from the available information online. So I think that will also face the plagiarism issue.
Sir, unfortunately, ChatGPT didn't work like that. Yeah, doesn't work like that. If you put information about yourself, right, and you ask ChatGPT, just do this, just for the sake of understanding. Ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT will not tell you exactly what you have told ChatGPT. Have you noticed this? Why? Have you noticed this?
Yes. Because it adds something else to it.
No, ma'am. Because in the ChatGPT there is a randomness algorithm, which is a part of the program. It adds the element of randomness in each answers. So otherwise there will be very clear-cut copyright violation, and it will be very clearly defined and decided by the court. That's the reason courts is like in flux. The article which was published, why New York Times moved to New York District Court versus OpenAI in 2 years ago. You can close the side. Yeah. So I'm done with slides. Yeah. So why they moved to the court? So New York Times, one nutritionist, not dietitian, she wrote an article on how to control the diabetes in the babies, and what kind of food habit you can inculcate, right? That article written in 1972. And what happened? Someone asked ChatGPT same question, and the answer which was given by the ChatGPT, 95% correctly referred to that article, but it too was so randomized, you cannot directly put the blame on ChatGPT. Content, substance, it's called the substance. Substance was 95% of the New York Times. They said, okay, now enough is enough. Let's go to the New York District Court. And because New York Times having the headquarters in that jurisdiction, they are closed. All right, I'm done. Thank you. Right. So the case is going on. So this is the problem, sir. All right, guys. Any question? I hope you like the presentation. Feel free to ask anything. Please register your presence. Yes, you are there somewhere and listening to me. All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yes, ma'am, please.
And we have one concept of last minute revision. So there is no copyright and what is LLM. So revision is the for last minute revision notes. Now similarly to last minute revision notes, we can say it's a keynote or it can be single revision piece, SRP.
The moment you use the word keynote, it is a proprietary term for Apple. The Microsoft Excel sheet, the corresponding Mac software known as a keynote. Yeah. Sorry. Keynote is a word. That is numbers. The keynote is a MS word, like equivalent for the Mac, for the Apple. So you have to be careful, knowingly or unknowingly, if you in double quotes, if you use any phrase which is the trademark violation of someone else, you may land up in trouble.
Taking behind the YouTube because
So, ma'am, there is a big daddy watching everyone.
Last minute revision is the concept.
Ma'am, hota kya hai? I'll tell you. So all these big companies, they have used the AI tool to check the violation. For example, if Apple has deployed a tool anywhere in the world, keynote in double quotes is there, flag them. That's for them to decide if they want to push you or not. Yeah, but this is indeed like a violation. You cannot. I'll tell you one example just to answer the question. In 2019, just before COVID, Make My Trip, a very popular travel website, they launched a website called oktatabye.com. oktatabye.com. Now this phrase, okay, tata, bye bye, is very common. When we see each other, okay, tata, bye bye, see you soon, right? Now they launched this particular website only to cater the Russian market. They want to have the Russian. And then the head of the particular, that person was my school friend. Right? Why I'm telling you this? I have to pull out of this case because of conflict of interest. And then Tata came to know about this domain. They approached Bombay High Court, our Bombay High Court, and they said, Make My Trip, in order to further their business interests in Russia, they are using my brand name Tata to promote their business. After third, sir, yeah, you can find all this information on Google. After third hearing, Bombay High Court directed OK Tata, make my trip to stop the domain, stop the website, hand over the domain ownership to Tata, and close down the business. So even the phrase TATA, Tata is very normal, common word. There were a lot of the arguments. One of the arguments that, by Milord, can I use the Sayonara rather than Tata? Oh, I mean, he said, whatever you want to do, just transfer domain to the Tata, they will talk. So if Apple is hell-bent, he will come after you. Otherwise, who cares? But technically, it is a violation. Please be careful before using any phrase. Thank you, everyone. I can eat now.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ms. Badila Fernandez, an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science at Changu Khana Thakur Arts, Commerce and Science College, New Panvel, Autonomous. As we come to the close of day 6 of our national level faculty development program, C4 Content Creation, Curation and Collection for Collaborative Academics, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt gratitude to all who have been part of today's session. A special note of thanks to Mr. Devyendu Verma from Ducks Legis, Mumbai, for sharing his invaluable knowledge and insights on the topic, Whose Content Is It Anyway? Navigating Copyright in the Age of Content Creativity. Mr. Verma's expertise in navigating the complex landscape of copyright laws has certainly enlightened us all, equipping us with the necessary tools to better understand content rights in this age of creativity and collaboration. We are truly grateful for the time and effort Mr. Verma has dedicated to ensuring that we as educators can better support our students and colleagues in this rapidly evolving digital world. On behalf of the entire team, I express our sincere thanks to Honorable Principal Professor Dr. S.K. Patil Sir of Changu Khana Thakur Arts, Commerce and Science College, New Panvel, the organizing committee members from PM Usha and Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, HBSU, organizing committee members of Changu Khana Thakur Arts, Commerce and Science College, and to all our attendees for their active participation. I now request Dr. Ramakant Navgare sir to kindly take over.
Okay, thank you, madam. So after 10 minutes of break, we will go into 5 minutes, only 5 minutes and not 10 minutes. we will go into for valedictory session. So please be there for the valedictory. Thank you.
Good evening, participants.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, participant kindly just on your videos, and I will give your attendance. Please give your attendance. Dr. Preeti Chandurkar, ma'am. All the participants requested to kindly switch on your videos.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Okay. आवाज येतोय का? Hello, Sharad sir. Sharad sir from UK. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Participants, please switch on your video. Rajesh sir.
Sir, I'm there. Gitanjali.
Yes, and then
Please give your attendance. Participants list करा. Gitanjali Narvekar madam.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have some network issue, so video is not going to.
Okay, you are from which college?
Kankavli College.
Okay, Gitanjali. Sharad Kamble sir, can you hear me?
Yes,
Please
yes.
unmute yourself.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sir, you are from which institute?
Actually, my previous university was like University of Bradford, UK.
Okay. And currently you are working in?
Currently, I'm working with Exotic Biotechnology, which is like agricultural biotech company.
Okay. Dr. Preeti Chandurkar, madam. Hello. Please
Yes, sir,
unmute
yes.
yourself. Madam, please give your brief.
Sir, I'm Dr. Preeti Chandurkar. I'm working as Chief Coordinator, Battery Center, Kerala College, Bhopal, and also coordinating research and innovation and assistant professor at Technology Department. I have around 15 years of experience in teaching and research, as well as I have won the Best Senior Teacher Award from MBSI India.
Okay, very good. So we are the part of MBSI.
Yes.
Okay, and you are coordinating BIRAC Center, which is having funding from Melinda Gates Foundation.
That is from DBT, that is Department of Biotechnology. BIRAC is a DBT non-profit organization, and we have the only incubation center in Central India. So I was like requesting all the participants. I think you should also say that this for EY is soon going to open.
So yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Program will start shortly.
So are we supposed to mark our attendance individually, or you will be calling up the names?
We have to say, yes, sir, present, sir. Just joking, sorry.
Sir? Will you be calling the names, sir, or we are supposed to introduce ourselves?
Take from the online attendance.
Hello, dear participants. Your attendance will be taken once the validity is over. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So very good evening to one and all present here. So we are here, most awaited ceremony, that is called valedictory ceremony. For that ceremony, we are waiting since from 21 to till date. That is most important part for all of us, because we are getting certificate of completion of this faculty development program. So today, Dr. Homi Bhabha, State University, Mumbai, and Janardhan Bhagat Shikshan Prasarak Samstha, Changukhana Thakur, Arts, Commerce and Science College, New Panvel, Autonomous, jointly organized national level faculty development program under the PM Usha scheme for strengthening the universities. And theme chosen for this faculty development program is C4, that is content creation, curation, and collection for collaborative academics. So for this session, we have with us Professor Devendu Verma, then Professor Vishal Banevar.
Then, I'm not professor, no doctor.
Okay. Okay. So Devendra Verma sir is with us. Then Professor Vishal Banevar sir is with us. Then Professor Dr. B.D. Agav sir, Professor Dr. Jayesh Thakur madam, and a representative from Dr. Homi Bhabha University, Dr. Samadhan Wagmode sir, then Utkarsha Lekhak madam, Shubhangi Patil madam. So it is our tradition to welcome the guest. So I would like to request Professor Dr. Vishal Banevar sir to welcome our today's valedictory chief guest Devendru Verma sir with a bouquet as a token of love.
Token of love. I would love to call it.
Now I would like to request Professor B.D. Agav sir to welcome Professor Vishal Banevar sir, who is the Nodal Officer of Incubation, Innovation and Linkages from Dr. Homi Bhabha, State University, Mumbai. Now I would like to request Sate sir to welcome Professor Dr. B.D. Agav, IQAC coordinator of our college. Once again, I would like to request Sate sir to welcome Jyotsna Thakur madam, Dr. Jyotsna Thakur, who is a faculty in charge of science. Sate sir, please welcome Dr. Samadhan Wagmode sir and Dr. Utkarsha Lekhak madam. Yes. One more welcoming bouquet to the Dr. Shubhangi Patil madam, who is the organizing committee member from Homi Bhabha University, Dr. Homi Bhabha University. Please welcome the madam. Thank you. Thank you, Sate sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Utkarsha Lekhak madam for summarization of this faculty development program.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I am here to summarize what exactly we have done in this 6 days intensive faculty development program on C4 content creation, curation and collection for collaborative academics organized by Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, Mumbai and Changukhana Thakur College, New Panvel. I hope everyone has enjoyed this 6 days faculty development program to its fullest. This program consisted of 24 sessions of 90 minutes duration. Total 11 speakers delivered the talks in this faculty development program. The program was inaugurated with the auspicious hands of Professor Arun Patil from Victorian Institute of Technology, Australia. We started from scratch, that is what is MOOCS, how to create the content, how to create interactive videos. And in all sessions, we discussed about various tools to generate the content like OBS, LCM, Moodle, Edupuzzle, Genomio, and all. All the sessions are very informative, interactive, and full of knowledge and content. I would like to mention few speakers, specifically Dr. Mohan Bhagwat, Dr. Navgare, Mr. Roy, and today's sessions by Mrs. Neha Sinha and Mr. Verma were just like a cherry on the top of pastry, where we saw live examples of how an academician can be an edupreneur and entrepreneur. Mr. Verma made us aware about what would be the legal implications if we are not original in our content. Personally, I feel as a teachers, we have a great potential to be entrepreneurs and to create entrepreneurs. Just be confident, try to adapt to the technology, AI, and of course, be original. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. Now it's time to distribute the certificate. So I would like to request the Sate sir to announce the name of the participants who are present here, and this will be distribute the certificates.
Most important part of this 5 days national level faculty development program. Now here we are here to give you certificates. Dr. Seema Kokitkar, please madam come forward. I request Verma sir to give certificate. Online members, please unmute yourself. Mr. Sushil Kumar Ghadge from the Department of Microbiology, Biotechnology. Basically, he is the original microbiologist. Now I request Banevar sir, please proceed. Dr. Anupita Watharkar from the Department of Biotechnology. One man army of our botany department, Dr. Tanmay Patil from CKT College, Panvel. Only faculty in botany. I request Banevar sir, please.
So he's from both.
Now I request Agav sir to give certificates. Dr. Manish Bhatt from DY Patil College, Nehru. Congratulations, sir. Mr. Pradeep Dave, again from DY Patil University, Nehru. Okay, Bharti Vidyapeeth, Kharkar. Now it's time to felicitate coordinator, including me also. I request J.S. Thakur Madam, in charge Faculty of Science. Dr. Utkarsha Lekhak, Assistant Professor, Department of Biochemistry, Institute of Science, Mumbai. My guide, respected Dr. Samadhan Wagmode sir. Now I request Lekhak Madam to please proceed. Librarian, our librarian. Dr. Namakant Nogare sir. I request Samadhan sir, please proceed. Dr. Shailesh Wajekar, RUSA coordinator of our college. On the behalf of Wajekar sir, I request Rahul Patil sir. Now I request Agav sir to give certificate to the coordinator of this event from college. Congratulations. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Sate sir. So those who have not received the certificate, they will get the certificate. This is just a representation of from your participation. So all those who are present here, they will definitely get the certificate after this program.
But they have to pass the exam.
Yeah.
And then pass.
Yeah. Yesterday only we had an exam. Yes.
Let me add few things by summarization.
Yes.
I forgot that we had participants from USA as well as
And UK. Yeah.
So this is not restricted to national.
So you used to have mentioned here international.
Now it's time to listen from the guests, those who are present for this valedictory ceremony. So I would like to request Devendra Verma sir for his small speech on this occasion of this valedictory ceremony.
Best wishes to them for their completion.
So it really, I amazed to see things like this happening in India, and I'm fortunate enough to participated in last 2 months, 3 FDP sessions, and once I look at the schedules and the sessions, I realize how useful and how important it is for everyone, for all the faculty member to go through. It is really important to have this kind of a cross functional understanding about the subjects, and from that perspective these kind of sessions are really important. With this I would like to congratulate everyone for successfully completing this session, and my best wishes to everyone. Thank you.
Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Vishal Banevar sir for his speech on this occasion of this valedictory ceremony.
Very good evening to everyone. So, on behalf of Dr. Homi Bhabha State University and on behalf of the PM Usha, Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, so I would like to welcome all of you for this valedictory functions for the FDP, which is on the theme of C4. I think when the Honorable Vice Chancellor inaugurated this FDP, so they has already mentioned some of the like I can highlights of the Dr. Homi Bhabha State University. So as Madam is already saying, we are just a young university, but we are the youngest university who received this PM Usha fund, and that too of that 400, near about 400, 500 universities from the overall India. And that will be because of the like a valuable guidance and of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Rajneesh Kamath sir and the Registrar Professor Vilas Padde sir. And not only with them, but we had the addition to that, we had a strong support from our faculties. So you can see here that Professor Shubhangi Patil, Professor Samadhan Wagmode, Professor Utkarsha Lekak, and there are so many people who are just fighting and who are just working hard to make the university pride every times. And this is one of the examples. So I just remember that just exactly before 1 year, we had a MOU with this CKT college regarding the exchange of this faculties, then some innovation programs. And when that Professor Samadhan Wagmode is saying that we want to make some FDP, so it's come in my mind that we can have this kinds of the FDP for content creations. See, in this NEP, it's very important that you should have at least 40% course in your curriculum, like in online. And for that online course, the content is very important. And that with the content, its creation is very important. And that's where this kinds of the FDP, this kinds of the guidance is very, very much necessity for the young participants, not only for the young participants, but for the teachers. And we tried best to get you all the resource persons who can tell you or who can guide you about all this, how the content can be created, or just how it can be delivered. And I hope that during this 5 days or 6 days, so you people, like most of you had learned many things from the resource persons. So I was hearing this esteemed speaker, Devendu Verma, not from him, but I heard him for so many times and from many persons. So I think that what they was telling, or even the previous speakers was telling about the many things about you, I think that is very important for our futures. त्याचसोबत मला आणखी एक सांगायचं आहे बेसिकली. See, in NIRF, it is now because NEP is involved. So when your college, when your institutes or when your university is going for NRF ranking. In that case, now because of that NEP, this MOOCs or this online like contents is very much important, and that is giving you a more marks, or you can say more credits than the other things. So as much as you are creating the contents for the teachers, content you are creating contents for the students regarding with your curriculum courses or the other than your curriculum courses, which is related with the skills. So that is very much important. आणि त्या NRF ranking मध्ये I was a part of the meetings, one of the meeting which was held by UGC chairman in Delhi. त्यात त्यांनी एक गोष्ट सांगितली की तुम्ही ज्या वेळेस कंटेंट क्रिएट करता, सो मेक शुअर तुम्ही या लँग्वेजमध्ये, म्हणजे तुम्ही ज्या एक रुटीन लँग्वेजमध्ये कंटेंट क्रिएट करताय, ऍट द सेम टाइम्स तुम्ही तुमच्या रिजनल लँग्वेजमध्ये सुद्धा कंटेंट क्रिएट करा. महाराष्ट्र शासन आज जे एक मराठी भाषा संवर्धनचं जे एक उपक्रम चालवत आहे, आपलं वाचन संस्कृतीचा एक आपण सप्ताह केलेला आहे. त्यात भरपूरशा कॉलेजनी भरपूरशा विद्यापीठांनी सहभाग घेतलेला आहे. आमच्या विद्यापीठाने सुद्धा त्यात खूप मोठा म्हणजे हिरिरीने सहभाग घेतला आणि एक ब्लॉग तयार केला. सो वी हॅड वन ब्लॉग वेअर दी पीपल्स वॉज रिडिंग मेनी थिंग्स अँड आय थिंक यू वॉज पार्ट ऑफ दॅट यू. सो त्या ब्लॉग मध्ये सुद्धा या सगळ्या भरपूरशा गोष्टी, भरपूरशी पुस्तकं लोकांनी वाचलीत आणि त्याची रिव्ह्यूज त्यात टाकलेच. आमच्यापैकी मॅडम शुभांगी मॅडम आहेत किंवा उत्कर्ष मॅडम आहेत, समाधान सर आहेत. सो वी वॉज अ पार्ट ऑफ दॅट. क्रिएशन हे आपण ज्यावेळेस एखाद्या टॉपिकचं क्रिएशन करतो, क्रिएशन आणि कंटेंट आणि क्रिएशन करतो, त्यावेळेस आपण शिकवताना, इव्हन आपण क्लासमध्ये शिकवताना सुद्धा, जरी ते कंटेंट हे जे एक ट्रेडिशनल लँग्वेजमध्ये असेल, म्हणजे जे तुमच्या ज्या इंग्लिशमध्ये बेसिकली आपण सायन्स शिकवताना इंग्लिशमध्ये असेल, पण ते ज्यावेळेस आपण शिकवतो त्यावेळेस भरपूरदा आपण मराठी शब्द वापरतो. सो व्हॉट आय वॉज एक्सपेक्टिंग की आपण हे जे काही कंटेंट क्रिएशन्स आणि एक डिलिव्हरेबल शिकलोय या एक FDP मध्ये, ते करताना तुम्ही ज्या तुमच्या आपण इंग्लिश लँग्वेजमध्ये तुम्ही करताना सोबत जर तुम्ही तुमच्या रिजनल लँग्वेजमध्ये सुद्धा जर त्याला अटेम्प्ट केला आणि सोबत जर तुम्ही त्यांचं कंटेंट क्रिएशन केलं, सो सेम कंटेंट राहील, पण तुम्ही ते एकाच वेळेस 2 ते 3 लँग्वेजमध्ये वेगवेगळ्या एक डिलिव्हरेबल करतात. सो त्याच्यामुळे जी वेगवेगळ्या मासेसवरची जी विद्यार्थी आहेत, many times we suppose that the students from that urban area, they are very much understanding regarding this English. पण ज्यावेळेस ते रुरल मध्ये आपण जातो, स्पेशली जी मुलं असतात जी उर्दू मिडियम मधनं किंवा हिंदी मिडियम मधनं येतात आणि नंतर लगेच ती आपल्या BSc ला किंवा आपल्या BA ला येतात आणि ते इंग्लिश मिडियमला जातात, त्यावेळेस त्यांना ते शब्द जे काही आहे, शब्द अंडरस्टँड व्हायला जरासं थोडासा एक त्रास होतो, कठीण जातं. सो इन दॅट सेन्स युअर लेक्चर्स, युअर कंटेंट्स विल बी व्हेरी मच हेल्पफुल फॉर दॅट. एक महाराष्ट्र शासनाचा प्रतिनिधी म्हणून, आणि आमचं विद्यापीठ हे महाराष्ट्र शासनाचं विद्यापीठ असल्यामुळे मी आपल्या सर्वांना एक आवाहन करू इच्छितो की जे काही तुम्ही कंटेंट क्रिएट कराल, ते कंटेंट तुम्ही तुमच्या रिजनल लँग्वेजमध्ये सुद्धा कंटेंट क्रिएट करा. आणि वी बीइंग अन डॉक्टर होमी भाभा स्टेट युनिव्हर्सिटी विल प्रोव्हाइड यू अ प्लॅटफॉर्म to develop and to publish your content itself. So I like to thank the principal and all the coordinators of the CKT college for providing us a platform. म्हणजे आम्ही जरी विचार घेतला की आम्हाला यांच्यासोबत एक कंटेंट किंवा यांच्यासोबत एक वर्कशॉप करायचं आहे, FDP करायचं आहे, पण CKT कॉलेजनी सुद्धा तितक्याच हिरारीने त्याला प्रतिसाद दिला आणि तितक्याच एक चांगल्या पद्धतीने इथे हे कंटेंट, इथे हे जी काही एक C4 ऍक्टिव्हिटी आहे ती राबवली. त्याच्याबद्दल खरोखरच मी इथले जे IQAC चे कॉर्डिनेटर्स आहेत आणि प्राचार्य आहेत त्यांचं मनापासून आभार मानतो. आणि डॉक्टर होमी भाभा स्टेट विद्यापीठाच्या वतीने मी आपल्या सर्वांचे इथे या FDP मध्ये जे काही लोक सामील झाली, ज्यांनी एक पार्टिसिपेशन केलं, त्या सगळ्यांचं मी एक आभार मानतो. आणि मी अशी अपेक्षा करतो की याच्यानंतर सुद्धा, म्हणजे FDP संपल्यानंतर सुद्धा आपलं जे एक लिंकेज आहे ते लिंकेज रिगार्डिंग दी कंटेंट क्रिएशन्स हे सुरू राहील. आणि जी काही लोक तुम्हाला रिसोर्स पर्सन म्हणून तुम्हाला लाभलेली आहेत किंवा जी काही लोक कॉर्डिनेटर म्हणून तुम्हाला लाभलेली आहेत, वी आर ऑल अवेलेबल फॉर यू फॉर 24/7. सो तुम्ही कधी पण एक डॉक्टर होमी भाभा स्टेट विद्यापीठाला तुम्ही कॉन्टॅक्ट करू शकता आणि वी विल देअर विल फॉर हेल्प फॉर यू. अँड वी नो दॅट आम्ही का बोलतोय, बिकॉज वी हॅड द स्ट्रॉंग ज्याला आपण बोलतोय की भिवू नकोस पाठीमागे आहेत, तर यांच्यासारखी लोक, यांच्यासारखी रिसोर्स पर्सन्स, देवेंद्र वर्मा यांच्यासारखी रिसोर्स पर्सन आमच्या मागे आहे. त्यामुळे आम्हाला माहिती आहे की वेन एव्हर वी आर ट्राइंग टू स्टँड, सो दे आर बिहाइंड अस, सो दे विल से यू गो अहेड. So we will, like being Dr. Homi Bhabha State University is always going to work for the stakeholders, works for the mass peoples, the mass students, and we will continue to do that. So thank you all for giving me opportunities to be here. And I also like to thanks the coordinator from our side, Dr. Utkarsha Lekhak madam and Dr. Samadhan madam, and as well as the Dr. Shubhangi Patel ma'am. हम लोगों ने अभी सवेरे मॉर्निंग में ही एक वैलिडेट कोर्स स्टार्ट किया और उसका एक पहला लेक्चर था, मैडम ने एक पहला लेक्चर हम लोगों ने लेके आया. सो वी वाज दैट AI assisted drug designing. So we started one value added courses for PG students, and we had a very few, like it's a completely free of cost for our student itself, and that's a 2 credit course, and we are going to accumulate that credits on their like on their ABC accounts, and we are giving them the hands-on training for this molecular dockings and simulations and on that drug likeness studies. So we had just started. It was on the first day. So I think that is also, I like to congratulate Professor Shubhangi Patel ma'am. And thank you sir for all this. Thank you ma'am for providing this platform. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational talk. So now it is time to take the feedback from the participant of this faculty development program. We will going to take the feedback from 2 or 3 participants in this feedback session. So first, I would like to call Dr. Sharad Kamble from UK to give the feedback on this faculty development program.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. So respected all faculty members. I had the privilege of attending the 6-day national level faculty development program under the PM USHA scheme for strengthening the universities, organized by Changu Khana Thakur Arts, Commerce and Science College, New Panvel, Autonomous, in coordination with Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, Mumbai. The program was held from January 20th to January 25th, like these 6 days. And it was based on the theme for C4, which was like content creation, curation, and collection. It was like a very fantastic program and like very, what you call, I was surprised, like, yes, these kind of things are really happening in India at the moment, which is like a requirement of this current era. And our universities are developing such a way that yes, this is the new era of like AI content or new technologies are coming, and Indians are not behind alongside with the Western countries or Western world. Yeah. So this is really, really like a happy moment for me here in the UK. Although I was not a faculty member at the moment or not a like academic person, but I'm just interested about like how our students will cope up with what is the new changes are happening in today's life, and such programs and such initiatives taken by our government and supported by such universities and such faculty members, which is like a great step for our future, great future. I taken part like while I'm going and traveling to work and coming back from work. Although I was working in the lab at that time, also I was listening to your lectures. So many like very nice presenters are there, who are experts in their field. I listen to them, how they create the content, how they use the latest technologies, how they are thinking about MOOCs development, how they come through all these ideas, etc. Even the end lecture by today's session, yeah, how they think about the copyrights also, and how they interlink with these all things with our laws, and how we can change our laws accordingly, and how we can collect these all with the regulation, with international level. This is fantastic. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Ganesh Sati sir, who gives me this opportunity to join this program, and who continuously insist me, could you please join? Could you please join? And yes, I make it happen all the way through like this 6-day whole busy schedule. So thank you all of you. I really thankful to all of you because of these wonderful sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your valuable feedback on this faculty development program. Now we will take the one offline feedback too. Sitting here only, the participant from our college, Dr. Sharmila Ghangle, madam. Please give your feedback on this FDP.
From India.
So, well, great evening to all. This is Dr. Sharmila from Department of Biotechnology, Changu Khana Thakur Arts, Commerce and Science College. Being a esteemed participant of this actual national level faculty development program on content creation, curation, and collaboration, I would like to highlight here that the one thing that I like, we basically being a professor, we knew that what are the content. Everybody has the content, but to create it, and the second thing that is to curate. That is what the guidelines, what I got from this particular platform. Secondly, I would like to highlight that most important thing which the all collaborators have been offered, that is the hybrid mode. So with coping the routine schedule, we have joined and got the opportunity to have the hands-on trainings, even to develop the content based on our time convenience. Also the assignments and the quiz boost our knowledge in a way that we can able to make it possible to have a great success in this faculty development program. Secondly, personally, I want to mention here, most of the things or most of the topic we basically knew, like MOOC development or content creation, and being highlight here being a part of A++ grade college, mostly things that we already knew, but still AI powered tools. And today's session, even Verma sir, whatever has delivered, the threat in that, copyright development, how to protect it. And I really feel that it's like a boosting for this academics, and definitely I would like to use it in our future context. Overall, the FDP was great learning for the professors like us, and definitely we can use it, or we can help to develop it professionally. Thank you, team Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, and as well as my faculty members or my colleagues, all coordinators and all organizing committee members. Thank you all. Thank you. It's a great experience.
Thank you, Dr. Sharmila, madam. If there is anyone who wish to give the feedback, they can give.
Look at the chat. I can see 6 now. Yeah.
Chat open. No, they are just.
Oh,
thank you.
If there is anyone who wish to give the feedback, Rajesh Sagalgile, sir.
Okay, sir. Indeed, I would have loved to come there in offline mode, but in last month only I was there almost for a week, and because of leave issue now and my regular schedule, I could not come there. But definitely this FDP on content creation, curation, and collection for collaborative academics indeed was an intellectual feast for me. I was known with MOOCs. I was known with LMS. Our college, we have our own LMS system, Moodle. We run on Moodle some courses, but actually the new innovative things that we can inculcate, we can put in before the students and imbibe such a learning environment in the campus. That things actually I got from this workshop. So I'm really fortunate to be a participant of this FDP program, as I got opportunity to learn many things, innovative teaching rubrics, learning learners' point of view, how we can manage the LMS and all. So I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers and college. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your feedback, Rajesh sir. So now it is time to also felicitate the organizing team member from our college, and I would like to request the Sate sir to proceed further.
जनार्दन भगत शिक्षण विस्तारक संस्था चांगू कना ठाकुर आर्ट्स कॉमर्स and College and Dr. Homi Bhabha State University Mumbai jointly organized national level faculty development program on CP. First of all, I would like to call Mr. Rahul Patil. Rahul Patil sir is from the Department of Chemistry. I request Balivar sir. Because since from last 6 days, I had given them a responsibility of food. In Marathi, they are our another. Thank you. Next, Dr. Sapna Chilane. Again, I request Balivar sir. Next, this is Sweta Humbarodi, madam, from the Department of Microbiology. Within few minutes, all will get certificates, but the compilation of your attendance, session-wise, compilation of feedback, session-wise, and the preparation of whole task is done by Sweta, madam, along with other members also. Thank you. Now I request Verma, sir. Mrs. Rashmi Prabha from Department of Computer Science. The whole decorum is prepared by madam. Thank you. Miss Prajakta Matre, madam, from Department of Physics. Simultaneously, we had done multitasking role, conducting practical lectures. Thank you. Miss Baltila Fernandez, madam, from the Department of Computer Science. Mrs. Nilima Bharat, madam, Department of Mathematics, from C.K. Thakur College, New Panvel, A++ with CGPA 3.2.
Oh my God.
Because everything is quantitative in NAC.
Empirical.
Mathematics. Now it's becoming only yes or no.
This is Sushil Kumar Garge, sir, Department of Biotechnology, from CKT College, and PhD scholars from Dr.
We had a collaboration in many ways.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Anuprita Vatwarkar, madam, Department of Biotechnology, CKT Thakur College, and Bangalore.
We had so many roles.
No, it's for participants. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sate sir. Now it's time for the final vote of thanks message. So now I would like to request Dr. Samadhan Wagmode sir for the vote of thanks message.
Good evening, everyone. May I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this enlightening national level faculty development program on C4, content creation, curation, and collection for collaborative academics, organized by Dr. Homi Bhabha State University and Changu Kana Thakur College, New Panvel. I extend my deepest gratitude to our today's chief guest, Mr. Divyendu Verma from Dux Legis, for gracing this occasion. Sir, your insight have broadened
रेंजचा इश्यू तिथे रेंजचा इश्यू येतो.
Okay. Now, may I audible? Yes.
Yes, yes.
So, I extend my deepest gratitude to our today's chief guest, Mr. Divyendu Verma from Dux Legis, for gracing this occasion. Sir, your insight have broadened our understanding about IPR, patent, trademark, and artificial intelligence. My heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. Vishal Paniwar, sir, Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, Mumbai, for his enlightening words that have greatly enriched this faculty development program. My sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Rajnish Kamath sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Homi Bhabha State University, Mumbai, and Principal Dr. S.K. Patil sir, CKT College, New Panvel, for organizing this impactful program under the aegis of Pradhan Mantri Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan. A big thanks to all the participants who joined us from various parts of the country, even some from abroad. Thank you all for your enthusiasm, active participation. Your contribution have made this FDP a dynamic and enriching event. Special thanks to the Dr. Ramakant Navgare sir for recording our videos. Thank you to Dr. B.D. Agaw sir, Dr. Thakur madam for providing this platform to us. Thanks to all the FDP coordinators, Dr. Shubhangi Patil madam, Dr. Utkarsha Lekak madam, Dr. Shailesh Wazekar, Mr. Ganesh Sate, and Sushil Ghadge. Special thanks to the team of CKT College for hosting such a relevant and innovative FDP. All the faculty members, support staff, and volunteers who work meticulously behind the scenes to ensure the seamless execution of this event. Lastly, I express my gratitude to the Ministry of Education and PM Usha for providing the platform and resources that make us such a transformative program possible. Thank you all for making this event a grand success. Wishing you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
By taking image of that flyer and we'll take a group photo here. Is it possible? No.
National anthem and then we take group photo outside.
Screenshot we can take.
We need a question. Yes, yes.
So participants.
Which? All which?
नवघरे सर एक ग्रुप फोटो पण घेऊया आपण इथे घेतला तरी चालेल. बाहेर घेऊया
तुम्हाला इथे पण घ्यायचं असेल तर तो हाफ घेऊ शकतो आपण. हा. फोटो तुम्हाला हवा असेल बाहेर
काय पाहिजे
घेऊया इथे.
निघावं लागेल
मॅडम इकडे मॅडम हे तुम्ही जॉईन जरा चीज काय मॅडम सगळे का एक मिनिट बॅलन्स दिसतंय का Participant certificate.
Thank you. माझ्याकडे सगळ्यांचे नाही
माझं नाव आहे का आहे का माझं आहे
पहिले साईन करा सर
फीडबॅक माझं आहे का
सगळे नाही ते
ठीक आहे बाकी देतो मी आता जे त्यांचे प्लीज सबमिट युअर फीडबॅक फॉर्म ऑफलाईन मी दोन्ही केले कोणाकडे नाव कुठे मग
असं नाही ते सर पहिले आतमध्ये तुम्ही साईन करायची मॅम साईन करा अटेंडन्स ह्याच्यावर मी करून करणार नाही